Great. All right. I think we are ready to begin. So I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Eugene School Board to order on Wednesday, January 12th, 2022 at 7 p.m. We have all of our board members present. We are on Zoom, all of us. And would you please join me in the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, liberty
and justice for all. Thank you. I'll now read the land acknowledgement. The Eugene School Board would like to acknowledge our institution sits on the homelands of the Kalapuya people. In the treaties of 1851 and 1854 through 1855, and the subsequent forced removals of many Indian people from Western Oregon, some of the Kalapuya were moved to the Grand Ronde Reservation, and some were moved to the Siletz Reservation. It's important to note that all of Lane County has an important trading and gathering area, was an important trading and gathering area for camas and other resources. During the Restoration era from 1977 to 1989, Lane County was designated as a service area for the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde Indians, the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, and the Coquille Indian Tribe, and the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Indians. Eugene School District 4J acknowledges that the descendants of original and service area inhabitants of this land are still here today. They are thriving members of our schools and our communities. Countless members of other tribes now also call our community and schools their home. We wish to thank those original stewards of this land. We as fellow stewards of this land wish to remember that we need to take good care of this land and to take good care of all the members of our school district community. Thank you. Excuse me. So I think the first thing on our agenda is to review the agenda. Are there any additions or things that want to be changed? Laurel?
I have a few things. I would like the racial harassment policy to be changed to an item for information. And do you want me to wait?
Maybe we should do them one at a time. So do you have a reason that you'd like to move it for item for information?
Yeah, it's actually, well, it's very much not done. It says draft on it, but it shouldn't be like the next time we see it, it's for the vote. So I really would like the equity committee, that's, as far as I know, soon to be started. And equity committee and, oh, well, I think it's mostly the equity committee, but I just want to see this. When I read it, it just read as very, there was many problems with it, and I don't think I'm seeing something that's quite finished. And so I'd like to see something that's almost done, and then we can make a few changes instead of something that is really kind of raw and a little bit outdated.
So just so you know, if it's on as an item for future action, we don't have to vote on it next time. It can be brought back many times. For example, when we did the religious policy, it was on many weeks for items for future action. But that's, Gordon, you have your hand up.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you just said. I would support this. I don't think it'll make any difference in what the presentation actually is tonight. I think it's just our indication that it's at such an early, it's at an early enough point in the process when the equity committee has not yet been constituted and there's various other groups that haven't had input, that we want to indicate that it's at that point and not that it might be at the point where we're going to vote on it next. So I don't think it'll change the substance of the conversation, but it makes sense to me and I would support this procedurally.
Okay, is that, so do we call a vote then on it? It looks like Laurel has suggested and Gordon has seconded. Any other discussion? Maya?
I hadn't really thought of the logistics of where it was in the meeting, but thinking about the structure of our meeting, it also pushes it up earlier. So then it is more likely to be heard by more folks in the community. And I think this is something a lot of people are eager to hear about the work. So that is an unintended consequence of Laurel's suggestion.
Yeah. I just want to say that part of, I think, the urgency was, I think there have been some letters to the editor and a lot of emails we've had that people feel like this is something we really need to address. So maybe either way, it signals that we're really serious about it. And as long as that's on record, that's important. Any other board members want to say anything to that? Laurel?
I just want to say, yes, we do need to address this. It's absolutely, we need to address this for a long time. It needs to be done really well. And I think it can be done really well. We have some great staff working on it. We have people, some amazing people in the community that have been recommended for the equity board. So I'm excited, but I believe I'm seeing it a bit early.
Anyone else want to make a comment? We'll vote on the move. Alicia?
I am sorry, I didn't have sound. So we're moving it from items for future action to items for discussion, which is really, okay. So we're just doing I'm fine. It's a procedural thing. And I think it was good conversation. I heard the conversation. I just didn't hear the motion. So I'm fine. Thank you. Just thanks for the clarification.
Okay. So should we vote on that move? Okay, all those who want to move the item on the racial justice policy from an item for future action to an item for information, raise your hand and say aye. Okay, we have one, 2, 3. We have, sorry, Laurel, Judy, Maya, Mary, Gordon, Martina, and Alicia. So we will move it for an item for action. Okay, any other items on the agenda?
No. Not an item for action. That's not what Laurel asked for. She asked for an
Right,
item.
move it for an item for information is what I
Yes.
meant to say. Thank
Yes.
you. From future action to information. Thank you.
Lots of words.
Laurel.
Yes, my second item was about board working agreements. And I do not believe this is an appropriate time for us to be trying to finish our board working agreements because a complaint has been filed and we're in the middle of dealing with that. So once that is completed, then I would say we can continue with the work we need to get done. But that has put a kind of a stop on that.
Anyone else want to comment? So you'd like to strike that from the agenda?
Yes.
Any second to that or?
I'll second it. Oh,
Okay.
Martina too. Doesn't matter.
Okay, Laurel's moved and Maya seconded. Any comments about taking it off the agenda? Alicia?
I think it's been on there and we haven't had the time in any meeting. So I take it off just because it's a long meeting. I also think that we need to give it some of its own time. I think one of the issues we're facing is communication and understanding each other. And so, for me, I would suggest, and I know it's been suggested or talked about, a time that is just for working agreements. And my guess is it'll take us a bit to get there, but I'm fine taking it off. This piecemealing, I know this isn't really working for us. And so I'll support that.
Mary?
Is this just a point of clarification? Is it just indefinitely take it off, or do you want to table it and come back to a date certain? I'm just curious.
Laurel, that's a question for you, I think.
I think it's that we have a lot of things that we're doing right now that are really important, but also we have things going on as a board that how working agreements aren't going to be feasible until the other things are taken care of.
So I have a,
And those don't have a finite time, so I can't answer that time period question.
Martina, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I don't know if this speaks to Mary's question or not, but as Alicia said, this has kind of been a standing item for the last couple months, and it has regularly just been there at the end of the meeting for however much time we have at the end of the meeting to get to. So it doesn't feel to me to be too out of practice for us to decide in advance, looking at a long meeting, that likely we won't get to it. And so it seems to me that we could postpone this to a time when we'll, as Leisha said, be able to like really focus on it a little bit more. And as Laurel said, after we've resolved some other things, if that's okay.
So Mary, I can just give you a specific, I have at the end of the meeting, a suggestion of when we could address them on a date certain. I do have a thought for that, for the board to consider a date and a time. Thank you. Maya.
So I know I seconded Laurel's motion, so I'm not sure if this is okay for me to do, but can I make a friendly amendment to the motion to table it for this meeting so that the language leaves it open to revisiting at a future date? Laurel, I guess the question is for you. You'd have to accept it as a friendly amendment?
Yes, because that's what I meant.
Okay.
I just don't know when the future date is going to be, so.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor of removing working agreements from the agenda tonight, raise your hand, please, and say aye. Aye, it looks like it's unanimous. It passes seven with 7 votes. Okay. Any other agenda changes? Okay, so then let's vote on the agenda with the 2 amendments, which is removing working agreements from the agenda altogether and moving the racial justice policy to item for information. All those in favor of approving the agenda as is, raise your hand and say aye. Okay, passes 7. All those opposed? I didn't see Laurel's hand. Okay, passes unanimously with 7 yes votes. Thank you. All right. So now we move to the superintendent's comments. Superintendent Vanderkar.
Thank you, Board Chair Newman and board members. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the virtual support for Twin Rivers Charter. They're in the audience right now. Shortly after my comments and that of Board Chair Newman's, we'll hold a hearing to listen to the public regarding the charter with 4J. We received word from Oregon Department of Education very recently that they will release school district graduation rates. We got a sneak peek. They're under embargo, so I can't share them just yet, but I can say that we have our 4-year graduation is up from last year, and 4J improved in 13 demographic groups or in the last year. And this is amazing work. And I just want to say thank you to all of our staff, teachers, administrators, and all the people at the Ed Center who have made this a goal and have worked towards it. It really, I think, started way back when we thought about On Track in 9th grade, and we looked at the data and just continued to make it a priority. So that is very good news, and I can't wait to actually see the data, but right now it looks good. This week, I met with the Committee Against Hate to share our proposed racial harassment policy that you'll hear tonight for its first read. We discussed racial harassment and the hate speak that's been happening at our high schools. And we had a very good discussion about how we should, when we write our administrative rule that goes along with the policy, include that we clearly need to state what the consequences, both from the district and sometimes legally, will be, so that people who participate in the harassing, hate speak or Instagram, whatever happens, when they participate in that they'll know that there is a consequence that will follow. All of us know that the COVID cases are up. What is nice is that we're down from last week. So we had a really high count right when we returned back from winter break. And in 4J, if all of you have like a desk or something to knock on wood, that right now we're going down in our counts. What is important for us to know is that the way that we're doing contact tracing is different than it was when we started the school year. So because we had so many cases when we got back from winter break, we're doing cohort tracing by classroom, if you can think of a cohort as a group of kids in a classroom. And that's for the kids. And then for the adults, we're actually doing the contact tracing that we're used to. So what we know still is that school is the best place for kids because there's an expectation to wear their masks. We keep them as separated as we can. And what we know is that over the break, we heard through contact tracing that there were parties, and I think people just relaxed a little bit on what we normally do during the school year. I also know that the board has received emails asking us to go into online teaching, and that there's the feeling that we're ready for that. So last year in the summer, before we started our program where we were online altogether, we made sure that every family had technology, and we made sure every family had internet. We have new kids and we have different grade groups. So the seniors left and we have kindergartners. So not everyone, can we be assured, has internet at home. And we spent a good deal of time before the school year started to make sure that that happened. And we also don't have our daycare set up like we did in the past. So I would caution us that even though we did it last year, it wouldn't be an easy move. It would be one that we would really have to think through and make sure that we have all of our bases covered on that one. So technology is a major part of our process for teaching when we go online, and they make it look easy, I think, and we would really have to put some more effort into what's happening at each individual home. Let's see, our equity and inclusion directors will be here tonight to share with you that we are creating systems to support all of our students. So today, I'm very excited to announce this. We've posted 4 positions called regional equity managers. They'll support our affinity group leaders who we've placed in all 4 regions, but they will also be there for kids when they perhaps need someone to lean on and they don't have one that's readily available from home. And it's just a little matter of protection, perhaps, that they have someone that they can make sure that they're getting a second opinion sometimes when something comes up at school. In addition, the team plans to meet with Margot Helfand, who is the chair of the Community Relations Council for the Jewish Community Relations Council. And we're going to see if we qualify for grant money to start the program No Place for Hate. We know we have a long distance to go to decide if we are able to make that happen. But what we'd like to do is set up systems and be proactive. So No Place for Hate would be proactive, and probably our racial harassment policy would be something where it comes into play after something happens. But for us to make true progress, we have to build an infrastructure. And when Misael and Larry share all of the good work that's going on. I think you'll see that we are making great progress in this area. So thank you everyone for being here tonight. And I look forward to hearing your feedback on the policy.
Thank you, Superintendent, and for the preview of good news. So I'm going to take a few minutes to make my board comments tonight. This Monday, January 17th, is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And I was rereading several of Dr. King's speeches and decided to share some excerpts from one of the his last speeches. It was given at Stanford University on April 14th, 1967, a year before he was assassinated. And it was titled "The Other America." And I chose these excerpts because they are still so relevant today. I submit that however unpleasant it is, we must honestly see and admit that racism is still deeply rooted all over America. It is still deeply rooted in the North, and it's still deeply rooted in the South. But we must see that the struggle today is much more difficult. It's more difficult today because we're struggling now for genuine equality. And it's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee a livable income and a good, solid job. It's much easier to guarantee the right to vote than it is to guarantee the right to live in sanitary, decent housing conditions. It's much easier to integrate a public park than it is to make genuine quality integrated education a reality. And so today we are struggling for something which says we demand genuine equality. What I'm trying to get across is that our nation has constantly taken a positive step forward on the question of racial justice and racial equality. But over and over again, at the same time, it made certain backward steps. And this has been the persistence of the so-called white backlash. And so in a real sense, our nation's summers of riots are caused by our nation's winters of delay. And as long as America postpones justice, we stand in the position of having these reoccurrences of violence and riots over and over again. But in the final analysis, a riot is the language of the unheard, and social justice and progress are the absolute guarantors of riot prevention. One myth is the notion that only time can solve the problem of racial injustice. Somewhere we must come to see that social progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It comes through the tireless efforts and the persistent work of dedicated individuals. And without the hard work, time itself becomes an ally of the primitive forces of social stagnation. But I want to close by saying this afternoon that I still have faith in the future, and I still believe that these problems can be solved. So those were excerpts I chose because now, 55 years later, they're still relevant and true. And my only question to all of us is, how long will it take? I just want to follow those comments with just a couple more comments. That we've had several parents and community members reach out to the board to plead with us to work together and focus on our most important responsibilities, which include keeping kids and staff safe and healthy in school, supporting our hardworking and overburdened staff, providing a welcoming and safe place for students, providing a quality education in a clean and safe environment, and as needed, ensuring students receive mental health supports, food, and transportation. These messages from parents resonated with me at a very, very core level because they're right. I've been deeply disturbed by the current state of the board. We have 7 board members who are talented, passionate, and committed. Let's not spend our time and energy fighting with each other. We all have much to contribute. I want to say to my fellow board members, we can do better than we are presently doing. Let's each commit to move forward with our pressing and important work and do it with compassion and a sincere desire to listen and understand one another, because we all have something great to contribute. Thank you. And next on the agenda is the public hearing for the Twin Rivers Charter School. So we have individual speakers, and they're limited to 3 minutes. And I can't give you can't give their time to another speaker. A clock will count down the speaking time, and a bell will sound when there is 30 seconds left to speak. And the bell will sound again when time is up. So we have 7 speakers tonight. And the first person is Jeff Orlandini.
Good evening. I think that's working out there. Let's see if this comes on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think the camera will kick on here in just a second. Use other platforms all the time. We'll see if the Zoom. There we go. Hi, everybody. So thank you, Chair Newman, members of the board, and Superintendent Vanderkar for the opportunity to provide public testimony this evening. I'm honored to be able to provide comments on behalf of the Board of Directors and over 22,000 Northwest Youth Corps alumni. Before I do, I'd like to first thank the school board for its commitment to supporting educational settings that allow all types of Eugene students the best chance for academic success. The board's previous support for the Twin Rivers Charter School and other charter schools in the area prove this commitment to students. As mentioned earlier, my name is Jeff Orlandini, and I'm the proud chair of the Twin Rivers Advisory Board. Having spent the first part of my career working with youth unable to find success in the traditional school setting, I feel privileged to be able to participate on the board of this wonderful school. Twin Rivers students engage in experiential learning on a regular basis, spending time in the outdoors in a variety of settings. These settings include camping trips, field work projects, hands-on science projects, and much more. As you are aware, career and technical education, or CTE, has become an essential element of our education system in Oregon. The project-based outdoor learning components of the school provide excellent opportunities for students to participate in natural resources system CTE programming. No other school that I know of in our area provides the amount of hands-on learning and actual work experience that the Twin Rivers Charter School does. Students leave the school with valuable trade knowledge and skills they can apply immediately after graduation. The school is supported by its parent organization, Northwest Youth Corps. This organization has served tens of thousands of youth since the early 1980s and functions as a stable foundation for the school. As a board member, this is important to me because not only does the Northwest Youth Corps provide the school a model for outdoor learning and working, but it also provides a funding base that ensures the school will remain open and able to serve students throughout its charter term. Having 2 children of my own in middle school and 4J, I appreciate that the district supports a diverse array of learning opportunities for students. I take comfort in knowing that my own children have options for educational experiences that could best fit their own unique learning style and environment. I know that the families of every student at Twin Rivers Charter School also appreciate that fact. I ask that you again decide to renew the charter of this wonderful school and continue to support the students that are attending it and those that will find success there in the future. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide public comment this evening.
Thank you, Jeff. That was a loud gong, I'd say. Yeah. Okay, our next person that's in line to testify is Elijah Henderson.
Board Chair, we have all of the speakers for the public hearing logged in under their names except for Elijah Henderson. So we are moving on to Autumn Woodford.
Okay, thank you. Autumn Woodford. There you are, Autumn. Thanks.
Hi. Chair Newman and all the members of the board, Superintendent Vanderkar and the 4J community, my name is Autumn Woodford and I'm here to support the Twin Rivers Charter Renewal. I've moved more than some do in their life and I've been to many public schools around Oregon. I wanted a school that made me feel like I was enough, a space I could talk and I was welcomed. I learned to be quiet. I learned to know they already didn't care. I wanted to learn. I wanted to feel like my thoughts mattered in a place that reflected myself. I found Twin Rivers at a time that I couldn't attend it. Now that I'm here, I wish more than ever that more of my education could have been spent here. The administrators work with me, care what I say, and even respect us in a way that I have never been respected in any public school. We're allowed to exist in the way that we are, and they want us. Just how I didn't care When students vandalized property or disrespected staff at my old school, I found myself caring about Twin Rivers and wanting to be the best student and person I can be. I commute every single day to school, getting there an hour early and staying an hour late, with an hour drive both ways, because for me, this school is worth it. In public school, I faced many disrespectful and hurtful adults and students in my life, even being mocked and laughed at in the halls by teachers. Twin Rivers has proven to me that not only am I worthy of respect, but any person is capable of respecting students and children. I feel like I'm part of something. We connect with each other, we teach each other, we learn from each other, and we care about each other. I feel smart, wanted, and even understood. I feel like I'm enough.
Thank you so much, Autumn. You even got in under your time, and it's so wonderful to hear from students. Thank you. And now we have Eli Cox. I see Eli. You can unmute if you'd like. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. And Autumn, yeah, you are hella enough, always, all the time. And the same to Elijah, of course, too. My name is Eli Cox. I use he, him pronouns. I am the community school coordinator at Twin Rivers Charter School. I've been here about 4 months. And I think what Autumn just demonstrated there on our students has been my favorite reason for getting to be a part of the school in this space, but also community within my position. And I guess I should say my background previously and still going forward has been on sexual violence prevention work in the state of Oregon. So I've worked in a lot of different ways and spaces to eliminate violence and its roots causes and racism and oppression. But what I really was excited about with getting a chance to get to be at Twin Rivers Charter School was this idea of focusing on community, using community as a way to build up health, to build up safety, to build up wellness, and especially when it comes to supporting students and families' needs. That's why I'm really thankful to have the position I get to have, where we look at what kind of barriers may be in a way for families, or what kind of things students would like to see at school that then would make it, more engaging for them. And as we're doing now, we're looking at this as a way to, again, boost health, boost safety, boost wellness, prevent violence, and really get upstream from violence that we're seeing in our society. But also with anything, there's the practice piece involved too. So I'm excited to get to learn, to keep growing. Students, staff are constantly teaching me so many things on a daily, on a minute-by-minute basis. And I'm really looking forward to what we can do in the future going forward when it comes to meeting students' needs, meeting families' needs, and helping to support the next generation of folks that are going to take us to where our world needs to be. So big honor, and thank you all for considering renewal. Oh, and I'll leave my time there.
Great.
All right.
Thank you, Eli. Tony Pfeiffer.
Good evening, board members, Chair Newman. My name is Tony Pfeiffer. I come to you as an advisory board member for Twin Rivers and also a parent of a senior there. Tonight, I'm speaking to you as a parent. And the last time I had the opportunity to do this was our last renewal, and I thank you for that. Throughout the past years, my testimony then has proven true. The preceding years to where we are now has thrown everybody a curveball. The community at Twin Rivers has shown everything that has been thrown at them, they take on the chin. They don't hesitate. They're quick to act, to make decisions that could impact us and our children. They're creative, they're collaborative. There's a cohesive working relationship with the staff that melts right down into all of the students that are there as well. As one of the commentees previously mentioned, they feel like they're somebody. They're always listened to. They're heard. They're encouraged to speak. There's nobody that's just left to sit in the corner and not comment or participate in class. So it's really just a great environment for everyone. And the hands-on learning, the outdoor skills are so important to teach these kids, whether it's trade specific, survival skills, or just good hardcore work ethic. It's something that we should all be grateful for. It's not talked about a lot these days. And so I encourage you again to extend the charter for Twin Rivers, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And now we have Emma Garner.
Emma should be coming in just now.
Hi there, can you all hear me okay? Oh, wonderful. Hi, my name is Emma Garner. I'm the Youth Education Coordinator with the Middle Fork Willamette Watershed Council. Thank you so much tonight for giving me the time to draw attention to the unique and creative ways Twin Rivers Charter School is connecting students to environmental education through locally relevant, hands-on experiential learning programs. Last summer, the council supported the coordinated efforts of Migrant Education, Lane ESD, and Twin Rivers Charter Schools at an outdoor school program at Elijah Bristow State Park. The outdoor school fostered a space for both learning and creative expression in activities focusing on environmental education and outdoor recreation, as students from Twin Rivers were group leads to middle school students for the 4-week program. It was wonderful to see the success of an outdoor school program shine so brightly through students leading and supporting their peers, and seeing the opportunity for students at Twin Rivers to act as leaders and guides alongside professionals and volunteers. The council and Twin Rivers Charter School are also working together on student-led wildlife monitoring. In 2021, a group of students and AmeriCorps staff surveyed Elijah Bristow State Park for beaver activity. In 2022, we will be expanding these surveys to provide our restoration biologists with more data to support pre and post restoration monitoring on the beaver population. Students will be monitoring dam and lodge use, evaluating habitat and vegetation composition, collecting metrics on stream health. This is a great program connecting students to professional work where their leadership and participation brings a lot of value and support to our staff at the council and our partners working on restoration efforts at Elijah Bristow State Park. Similar to the monitoring at Elijah Bristow, there will be a project at Logjam Park in Jasper where students will be creating a park management plan based on their own analysis, monitoring, and documentation of flora and fauna species, land use activity, and terrain patterns. The council is thrilled to be a partner in such an innovative program. The process will connect students to a variety of agency partners as they tackle complex decision-making and learn how to design and implement ecological condition assessments. It has been a privilege to work with Twin Rivers Charter School and support the creative ways in which they are reshaping what environmental education looks like. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Emma. And I think Jay Breslow is our last presenter unless Elijah did come. Looks like we have Jay.
We have continued to check for Elijah and he has not entered the meeting, but we do have Jay coming in.
Great.
Hi, everybody. I just heard from Elijah and he's having some technical difficulties, so we might miss him today. I'm excited to be here today, Chair Newman and all of the board, Superintendent Vandekar and all of the 4J community. My name is Jay Breslow and I'm the principal of Twin Rivers Charter School. I've been the principal for 5.5 of our 6 years. 3 years ago during our renewal process, I talked about being on the precipice of something powerful. We had weathered the storm of a tumultuous first 3 years and we were ready. Our enrollment was growing predictably, our curricular approach was coming into focus, and we were planning to be fully staffed for the first time heading into the 1920 school year. Well, we were certainly on a precipice, but no one could have anticipated the depth or breadth of the challenge that awaited us over the next 2 years. And while it was challenging, and while it was hard, and while it was awful to try to take an outdoor school online, one of the powerful things that the COVID shutdown afforded us was a fresh start that we didn't get when we opened 6 years ago. As a reminder, we inherited a student body as we transitioned from a private alternative school to a public charter. To give you an example of what I mean, during last school year, at one point we had around 40 students, 20 of whom were in their 12th grade year. We skewed older because we were still inhabiting the alternative school space. Students were coming to us in their 10th and 11th and 12th grade year, often with significant credit deficiencies. This meant we had to craft pathways for individual students, and we struggled to establish culture and leadership among our students, who by the time they reached 12th grade had to work harder than they ever had to get to the graduation stage. In contrast, when we started this year, we had 48 students, 31 of whom were in 8th, 9th, or 10th grades. This is a powerful indicator of our success as a school because families are picking us to be their children's entire high school experience. This means we're going to be able to proactively create pathways that match both the individual needs of our students and their families and the possibilities and potentials inherent in our school. We have a fierce and dedicated teaching staff who are working tirelessly to build interdisciplinary project-based learning opportunities, and through them create connections between students and teachers and students and content. As you heard from Emma, we are building strong and powerful partnerships. Some of you have heard about the partnership with OPRD out at Logjam, but our students spend their CTE Tuesdays in the park designing a 20-year plan for that park. It's going to be our legacy project. Years from now, kids are going to go back and show their families what they did. And in a little bit of breaking news, we just found out today that we got a $50,000 grant that's going to fund our work there for the next 18 months. It's super exciting to be a part of this. So in short, we are back to putting our hands in the dirt. We are back to building interdisciplinary project-based units that build skills and inspire leaders. And we are back to dreaming big about connecting our young people with others around the world who are struggling to make this world a better place. And we just want to say thank you to all of y'all for helping us do it.
Okay, that was timed perfectly. Thank you, Jay. Okay, Jay was our last speaker, and so the public hearing on Twin Rivers is now closed. And we thank all who shared their testimony and their thoughts about the school. Thank you very much. So now we are going to move our next agenda item, our items raised by the audience. So the school board receives written comments by email at board@4j.lane.edu and sets aside time in each regular board meeting to hear public comment. Community members can sign up to speak to the board by submitting their request online at 4j.lane.edu/board/public comment, or contact the superintendent's office. The deadline is Monday before each meeting. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes and cannot give their time to another speaker. A timekeeper will show a sign when the speaker, actually in this case, will have a gong or a bell, has 30 seconds left, and then the same bell when the time is up. Speakers might offer objective comments or criticism about district operations and programs. For complaints about individuals, the district has a board policy and complaint process. Please contact the superintendent's office at 541-790-7706 for more information about submitting a formal complaint. So tonight, we have 9 speakers who signed up to speak. We had 10, but one could not make it. And so I think we'll bring in our first public speaker, which is Shauna Muston.
Ms. Muston is not present in the audience right now, and speaker number 2 had canceled for this evening. Speaker number 3 was temporarily dropped out of the meeting, but is back now. We've brought in speaker number 4, Rose Wilde.
Great, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. And thanks for your comments on Martin Luther King, Chair Newman. That's excellent. I'm so glad to see that work is progressing on the racial harassment policy, even if it's not done. It's clearly needed to address the still rising tide of harassment and racism that's been going through our country. So the draft shared in the agenda is a good start. It has clear definitions, commitment to prevention and monitoring school climate, required reporting and an investment in training. I'd like to suggest a few additional items, and it sounds like you may be going in that direction already, so support for that. I did want to request that the policy scope apply to board staff and students, as many policies do, and including the school community on school grounds and school-sponsored events. Also, I think to stem the rising flood of racial harassment, the increasing flood, we need to understand who and how racism is impacting in our school communities. And so the reporting procedure, I hope, will collect demographic information, and the district will review this with the ability to look at which students and staff, et cetera, are impacted and how. I'd also like to encourage a push for a restorative or transformative justice program to be implemented, and having a punitive response will not end incidents of racial harassment. It'll just make them more covert. So I'm hoping that the district will move towards a district-wide transformative justice program to end these cycles of racism and abuse that impact our students. And I believe that a stronger, deeper, more substantial commitment to fostering true school belonging in the community is necessary. And I see that move in that direction with your comments on no place for hate. I just also want to mention something about the COVID response. So I'm a parent of a 4J elementary student who gets the regular testing weekly, but his teacher said that they had never been offered that testing. And I was concerned that, you know, all the people that are in the room together should probably have the same strategy for prevention, since there's so many breakthrough cases. I also wanted to ask if they couldn't participate in that same program, that perhaps they could have greater flexibility to get tested. People are waiting an hour or more to get tests in the community, and it's very difficult to find home test kits. And I would love to ask for school provided KN95 masks. I'm still seeing surgical and less efficient cloth masks. And I know that's a expensive ask, and I will need federal help to really increase the supply. In short, I think this is a long-term threat, and we need to have a long-term solution. So I appreciate all the work you're doing and the staff, and I'm grateful for your attention to long-term planning and addressing the racial harassment policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Right on the money. Is Harry with us now?
Yes, Mr. Sanger is coming in right now. He's returned to the meeting.
Great. So Harry Sanger is our next speaker.
Hello, 4J Board, Chair Newman, Superintendent Vanderkar, and families at home listening in. Thank you for providing this forum for me to share my concerns this evening. With the changing winds in public discourse over COVID-19 finally allowing truth to be called truth and not misinformation, just in time for the midterms, sitting board members are fortunate no seats are up for re-election this May. Parents are growing increasingly aware of the ideological agenda being promoted in our public school system, with seemingly no desire for across-the-board improvement, just funneling funding into individual pet projects, social justice that, despite the name, doesn't care about justice at all, or at least not justice for all. Look at Newburgh. While they initially did pass a resolution along a different set of ideological boundaries, they recognized the error in that thinking and adjusted their rule to be uniform for all sects, thus promoting equality and prompting hateful protests from those who despise equality and fairness. We're not a bunch of radicals looking to change the system. Quite the opposite. We want to preserve the system, recognizing what doesn't work and seeking better solutions in those specific areas, but also recognizing what does work and keeping those aspects with incremental improvements. We're not a bunch of racists, quite the opposite. We're looking to avoid a system that uses a lens of racial bias as a singular focal point in the decision-making process. Help. Is there enough? I heard anyone with a vaccine can get a job in 4J right now. I prefer stricter requirements and checks that avoid discriminatory and racially biased vaccination requirements. Accepting those who haven't subjected themselves to the unapproved mRNA shots back into the schools as employees and volunteers would ease the burden on district employees and benefit our children. We need to allow natural immunity in statistically resilient populations. We're seeing that fully vaccinated getting sick in droves, and a recent Danish study even shows negative vaccine efficacy after 3 months, spreading faster but much less virulent. The science is out on who is causing mutations, but at least one professional study indicates the latest variant mutation is a direct response to the vaccine. The science is still out on many issues, but that's what science is, testing hypotheses and determining outcomes, not blindly following lead agency guidance for a financial payout. From the 4J website, quote, under the ESSER 3 federal program, Eugene School District 4J has been awarded $36.9 million in one-time grant funds, end quote. From the ESSER survey last May, we saw the top community priorities: academic needs, social emotional needs, mental health needs, opportunities for social connection. And again, quoting from the website, the funding is available to safely reopen schools and address the impacts of the pandemic on students' academic, social, emotional, mental health needs. So if I understand correctly, this funding requires adherence to specific safety measures, including mask and vaccination requirements, but is earmarked to fix the problems caused by those same measures. Please allow children to see faces. They need it for their development. They need it for their sanity. Heck, we all need it for our sanity and to regain a sense of connection sorely missed when the only time some of your bare faces seen is on a screen. So I ask you, please put down the screens, eschew remote learning, step up and be leaders in the community like when you stood resilient on in-person learning back in August. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Okay, our next speaker is Linda Ague.
Ms. Ague is coming in now.
Finally. Hi, everybody. I appreciate all the comments that have been made so far, and I want to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I understand that these last few years have been made a very difficult job for everyone. For almost 30 years, I had the privilege of working in 4J as the teacher librarian in Cal Young Middle School. When we built the current building, I had these words adhered to the wall of the library: where all think alike, no one thinks very much. A quote by journalist Walter Lippmann. I always thought that idea was at the core of any library. Every book a voice to support or challenge one's own thinking, a test to see if one's ideas made sense or needed to change. The saying applies to education in general and must be true of the bodies that direct that education. All voices must be welcome and ready to be put to the test. All minds open, all challenges valued for consideration. A few weeks ago, as a member of SURGE, I stood on a street corner to show support for staff and students in 4J who were targets of hate. I didn't know the details, but it didn't matter. Hate can't be the last voice in the room, so I chose to chime in with words of support. I did the same doggone thing 50 years ago. Clearly, what we are doing is not having the desired effect. I have heard that new voices with new ideas about this very old problem may not be getting the listen they deserve in this room. Again, I don't know the details, not here to point fingers, just to deliver some requests and perhaps a warning. Please listen with respect and attention to all voices, even if they are calling for a hard look at what might have been a well thought out plan. Please protect the sources of these voices. Please embrace radical change, not as a criticism of old ideas, but as an opportunity for the better. If you don't, and here's the warning, nothing is going to change. I am not in a position to be the problem solver here. You are the lucky ones sitting in the chairs that hold an opportunity to be the heroes, or at least to do the right thing. This school year has probably felt like nothing but a pile of challenges. Don't let addressing racial injustice or injustice of any kind be put on the bottom of that pile. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we have Roscoe Karen as our next speaker, and he looks on the screen and ready.
Thanks, Judy. Members of the board, my name is Roscoe Karen. I'm a retired 4J middle school teacher and a member of CAPE. Over the past month, like a number of you, I've been asking local teachers to tell me about the realities in their classrooms and what could be done immediately to help them. Much of what they said falls into two categories: the desperate need for time to devote to their classrooms and the need for help with classroom disruptions. Some quotes: the biggest thing would be for them to give us whatever time the administration can. And absences are off the charts. The absences all mean extra time for us to help the kids when they do come back. And many students are clueless in terms of understanding directions and will sit at their desks without attempting to do math assignments in class. And staff meetings, when they do need to happen, should only be done for vital information and should be brief. And lastly, a significant group of very disruptive students do not respond to any consequences. Students speak out of turn, ignore directions, are confrontational, purposefully ignore mask wearing policy, and distract other students. Board members, in addition to the very obvious need for the district to eliminate all non-essential demands on teachers' time, I've been thinking about the historically large number of new teachers in 4J. We know it takes years to become adept at classroom management. Professional skill is earned over time. So we have a perfect storm, a disturbingly large number of pandemic-related student discipline issues, and a workforce with less overall experience than any of us have ever seen. So with all respect to staff, here's my question. Could a number of the approximately 45 TOSAs be asked to consider working with the EEA in the district to reimagine their role at this moment of crisis? For instance, could they contribute their professional skills to help their colleagues with classroom management coaching, observing, helping to strategize, role-playing parent phone calls, the importance of follow-through, et cetera, et cetera? We all know the truism. An orderly classroom comes first, content comes second. Perhaps it could make a difference in the most desperate of schools, which could help prevent a few overwhelmed teachers from leaving the profession they love, and help to minimize the stress on students who are having to put up with disruptive behavior by other students far too often. Board members, if there ever was a time to reimagine how best to use the tremendous resources of 4J's experienced professional educators, this is it. I appreciate your listening.
Thank you, Roscoe. Okay, we have Melissa McCormick.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. I'm a mother of 2 children, aged 3 and 9. This is my son, Benji, who attends family school here in Eugene, Oregon. I would like to ask you, are you aware European Center for Disease Prevention and Control recommends against the use of masks for any children in primary school? CDC states on their own website that 85% of the people who caught COVID were wearing a mask. California's currently COVID case rate is twice that of Florida's, despite the ongoing mask mandates in California. Tammy Clark, an OSHA PPE expert who is currently an expert witness within the federal mandate hearings to the Supreme Court, discusses the hazard involving wearing cloth masks, covering in the workplace, and the threat it poses to an individual due to reduced oxygen intake, reduced carbon dioxide output. In addition, she stated, we are finding that they were stressing the cardiovascular system of these employees, because when you cover the mouth and nose and you exert physical energy during your work, during your tasks, whatever it might be, you're really stressing the cardiopulmonary system because you change the way that you breathe. You have to forcibly inhale and forcibly exhale. It taxes the heart and it taxes the lungs. We have given people heart attacks. They had been giving people heart attacks, allowing them to work with their mouth and nose covered with absolutely no regulation, no oversight, no medical oversight, no work rest cycles, and things of that sort. So OSHA actually created the Respiratory Protection Act standard to prevent people from working with their mouth and nose covered and exerting physical energy because of the greater hazard that it was creating. A study out of Germany was conducted recently, including 25,000 children, and the results show that 68% of the children experienced a reaction, including headaches, poor concentration, sadness, reluctance to attend school, which is my child, impaired learning, and fatigue and drowsiness. Additionally, according to the psychiatrist, Dr. Andrew Kaufman, there was a court case in Germany recently in regards to employees who were forced to wear masks for 8 hours per day in a bank, and a doctor testified after conducting EEG studies with the conclusion that actual brain damage did occur, and a result of this case was successful. I could go on and on about the decline in development in our children, the alarming rate in suicide, especially in our African-American children, in which we have seen a 40% increase in death by suicide, and the ongoing and lasting effects this will have on our children in their future. Judy Newman, you submitted a post on Facebook in May of 2021 stating you are helping 4J thrive and addressing the mental health needs of our children. If you hope to demonstrate your alleged concern around our children's mental health, stop accepting federal funds to implement such ludicrous mask mandates and let our children attend school freely without the physical and emotional restrictions you are putting on them, causing a decline in our youth development, physical health, and emotional health. You are responsible for everything I just listed above if this does not stop. If you do not remove this mask mandate within 2 weeks, I will be removing my child from 4J school district, and I will be removing him from this public school system altogether. I personally know at least 100 other parents who will do the same. We know that each child is, quote, worth over $10,000 per school year. And if I have 100 children removed from the school district, you will be out by $100,000. As you have seen throughout the history of school boards and sometimes the corrupt school board unions, money does talk. I encourage you, please let our children learn freely and be able to be children.
Thank you, Melissa. I believe your time's up. So Larry Lewin is our next speaker. I see him on the screen. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Judy. Larry Lewin, retired 4J teacher, former language arts TOSA, now a member of CAPE, Community Alliance for Public Education. For the record, I support the district's masking policy. Thank you, School Board Member Superintendent Sidney, for your dedication to our community and for this opportunity to speak. In my last remarks to you on December 1st, I asked about the status of the district's implementation of the Oregon Department of Education's Care and Connection guidelines for this school year. While I am most definitely not a fan of the ODE and have been critical of many of their policies over the last 10 years, I believe they got this much right. They said that teachers should address their students' emotional and social needs over the desire for academic catching up from last year. Students' mental health is paramount. Thanks to Superintendent Sidney for responding to my question. And I found out that she has directed senior staff directors to continue reminding building principals to encourage staff to make time for emotional health of their students in this year of all years. I hope that Karen Connecting in 4J means the use of more project-based learning, more cooperative learning groups, more team building, more open-minded creativity, you know, the fun of learning. I'll be interested in following any updates on how this is going in our schools. The ODE released another very good document to all Oregon school districts in March of last year entitled Student Learning, Unfinished, Not Lost. In it, our State Department of Education reminds us we shouldn't view the pandemic as a loss of learning that needs to be accelerated, but rather see it that the pandemic did interrupt and is continuing to disrupt school as we know it, and that teachers, administrators, parents, students did all the best they could last year and this year to help them grow. This learning is unfinished. It's not lost. We need to listen to this advice. Therefore, school board members, as you deal with a very crowded agenda this year, managing this ongoing pandemic, revising, improving, and implementing our equity policy, our racial justice policy, our students' belonging and safety policy, searching for a permanent superintendent. Please help our teachers and their principals to do the very best they can for our students by taking pressure off of these frontline educators, like removing required professional development trainings, reducing committee work, hall duty, easy CBM testing meetings, and other testing data crunching. This year demands that we change how we do things. Teaching and learning come down to a strong student-teacher relationship. We all know this. Every decision you make should strengthen these relationships. Our teachers are hurting, so are many of our students. Help them. Take some things off their plates. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have Georgianne Jones.
To our hardworking, committed board members, our interim superintendent who helped us launch our restorative practices program here, and to all of our community, I'm here to speak as the project manager of the restorative practices program to say thank you to the board for your approval and your matching funds that will help us build an RP, restorative practices program through 2024 that will be strong and sustainable. After writing to the 4J board in the summer 2020, suggesting a restorative practices program to help solve issues at that time. The response was, we have no money. So when the opportunity was presented for funding through the AFT Innovation Fund, I jumped at it, taking all I had learned from previous experience, program leadership, and my master's degree in organizational development and training and group dynamics, and about 15 years of using restorative practices in my own classrooms and seeing the benefits. In March 2021, our classified local OSEA AFT Eugene Chapter 1 was awarded the grant. Sheila Wagner, president, and I began to engage in talks with interim superintendent Vanderkar, who was very supportive. In our first 4 months, we had 10 classified and licensed district members trained to facilitate circles and restorative justice conferences. And we also had 3 others besides me who went further to become trainers and who can train staffs. Special thank you also to Lisa Jenkins Easton and Melanie Nancoon and Kevin Summerfield for joining me on this path to be trainers and the commitment to do so. As we continue to have more trainings, both through our collaboration with the International Institute of Restorative Practices that has been doing this work since the 1970s, and our own internal trainers, we will continue to build our program and have effective use of restorative practices within our schools. I want to thank Kay Graham, assistant principal, and all of us who are going to continue to this work and continue collaboration as we go down this path. Thank you.
Thank you. It's exciting to hear about. Marcy Hellman is our last speaker tonight. See, there you go. Yeah, there you go, Marcy. We see, there you go. Okay, we see you now, and I think we can hear you.
Okay. I should know how to do this from distance learning. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm a 4J parent of 3 and teach kindergarten at El Camino del Rio, Spanish dual immersion elementary, where I've worked for 19 years. My 2 older children went through 4J K through 12, and my 15-year-old is in the life skills class at Spencer Butte Middle School. I love my job. I love giving hope to children, and I'm always learning. My objective in speaking tonight is to request to the district that all staff be provided with KN95 masks. Currently, we're being provided with ill-fitting and fragile disposable masks. I watched the entirety of last Friday's press conference by the Oregon Health Authority, including a presentation by Colt Gill, the director of the Oregon Department of Education. Hearing all the information provided and the questions from the press that were present, I request that the district provide all staff with free KN95 masks. National and local experts describe disposable and cloth masks as a fashion statement. Today, Chicago teachers reached a tentative deal with their district, which includes free KN95 masks for students and staff for the rest of the school year. I hope 4J follows their admirable and practical decision. Most staff and students in my building are wearing single layer cloth or disposable masks. I am continually very worried about bringing home COVID-19 to my medically fragile daughter. I'm making huge efforts in my kindergarten classroom to keep it as clean as possible. We have multiple discussions and watch videos with my 5- and 6-year-old students. We talk about the necessity of washing hands with soap and water for 20 seconds, wearing a mask, not touching your face, and staying away from other people. I, of course, will continue all these efforts, whether or not I am provided with a free KN95 mask. If it is at all financially feasible, please support me and all staff by providing us with KN95 masks. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Appreciate it. And I just want to thank all the speakers that took their time and spoke to us tonight. We always gain a lot from hearing from you. And I'm just going to ask Superintendent Vanderkar to make a couple comments that are really relevant to what we heard tonight.
So in response to Rose and Marcy, thank you for your years of service to 4J and to our kindergarten classes. What I want to let this group know and the public know is that we received 90,000 KN95 masks, I believe today, that we'll start handing out, and staff can use them free of charge. So they're coming your way. I suppose you could just say you asked for it, and so we're giving it to you. So anyway, they're here, and we'll start sending them out to schools maybe by tomorrow morning.
Great. Thank you. That's a great announcement. It's good to hear, and I'm really glad we're providing those for staff. We are now at the agenda, at the time in our agenda to hear from our employee groups. I believe we just have EEA tonight. So Sabrina, I think, is here, and we're going to change the timer for both our board comments and EEA to letting our speakers see the time. And we agreed to all try to stay within 3-4 minutes. So, but you can monitor your own time. So you're going to get a reverse look at the timer. You're our first experiment with that, Sabrina. So your turn.
Got it. Thank you, Judy. Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Vanderkar. My name is Sabrina Gordon, and I'm president of Eugene Education Association. The COVID crisis continues to wreak havoc on our education system. Students and educators have been forced to deal with prolonged uncertainty, fear, and emotional trauma that is impacting our capacity to function. We remain committed to the goal of keeping schools open and continuing to teach and learn in person. But the only way to do so, given that our capacities are limited by factors outside of our control, is to focus on what is most important. Tonight, I'll speak to what we need from district leadership, including this board, and what we need you to focus on. Number one is safety. And I was going to start with a simple, straightforward request to asking you to provide KN95 masks for staff and students who want to use them. We've been asking for this for a few weeks, and really happy to hear the update tonight that that is going to start happening very soon. Thank you. Another more nuanced safety request is that you ensure adequate staffing. Adequate staffing does not happen by overburdening or double assigning current staff. If you continue to cover absences by directing teachers to give up their prep time or directing other educators to sub in addition to all the other work they do, we will quickly find that we have no workforce left. Committing to adequate staffing may instead require temporary closures for the sake of safety. Second, bargaining. While the workforce is on the brink of collapse, EEA and 4J have been bargaining the licensed contract for nearly 2 years. Negotiations require time and energy that no one has to spare. The longer it takes, the less valued or respected our employee group feels. There should be no question as to whether we deserve the compensation, improved working conditions, and respect that EEA's proposal represents. Settle this contract now. I encourage members of this board to listen in via Zoom tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. when we return to the table. Third, the Assistant Superintendent of Instruction. No one has been serving in this position for months. Meanwhile, important work that impacts our students, such as curriculum adoptions, reprioritizing professional development, and critical decisions about our instructional focus during a pandemic, continue with a patchwork of leadership from other staff who already have too much on their plates. If this is important work, fill the position with someone who can hit the ground running in the midst of a crisis. If it's not important enough to fill, then pause all the work and spend the money instead on more special education staff or classroom teachers. And last but not least, I'll address what educators need most from this board. We really need you to focus on 3 critical things: guiding us through the COVID crisis, improving district racial harassment policies and responses, and selecting a permanent superintendent for our district. A recent complaint filed by one board member against 2 other board members is an unfortunate distraction and is a worrisome attack on the board members who are raising issues of equity. Each of your voices is important and necessary to represent different perspectives. Thank you for your service and for your collective focus on what matters most, serving the students of 4J.
Thank you, Sabrina. I don't think any other employee groups are here tonight, so we'll move on to board comments. And who would like to go first? Gordon.
Thank you. This is not what I had wanted or planned to talk about, but I feel like I need to say something about the ongoing attacks against certain board members and the story in today's RG about a board member filing a complaint against Laurel O'Rourke and Maya Rabasa, trying to prohibit statements they've made on social media. The first thing is elected officials have the same free speech rights as anybody else, and their free speech can't be prohibited even if some people find the comments disrespectful. This guidance comes from the National School Boards Association, and interestingly, the case that made this clear is when Julian Bond became the first Black legislator since Reconstruction to be elected in Georgia. An overwhelming majority of legislators at the time said that Bond's statements against the Vietnam War and criticizing American racism were, quote, totally and completely repugnant and would, quote, bring discredit and disrespect on the legislature. But the US Supreme Court ruled that everything Bond said was protected free speech. As in our situation, any citizen was free to say what Bond did, and the court ruled that, quote, the interest of the public in hearing all sides of a public issue is hardly advanced by extending more protection to citizen critics than to legislators. So we have to stop trying to silence each other, even when we strongly disagree. But more important is this. Everybody here is committed to equity and to anti-racism. We all know that part of what that work includes is that people used to being on the dominant side of power relations have to learn to understand that things that they may think are natural or neutral may actually have assumptions underlying them that count some people in and others out. And that these things are normally invisible to those at the top, which means that it's particularly important to pay attention to those on the receiving end of power when they point these things out. For the first time in many years, we're fortunate to have a Black woman and a Latino woman on our board. They bring many talents to this work besides their ethnic background, but they're also doing exactly what we all say is a critical part of anti-racist education, pointing out things that others may think are just normal or neutral and showing how those may function to reinforce unfair power relationships. Our reaction to that can't be over and over again to tell the Black and Latina members of the board that they're wrong, mistaken, don't understand, are too sensitive, too angry, or too complainy. We can't say we want a more diverse board, but we just want the new people to say the same things as the old people. Obviously, nobody is always right or always wrong, but we have to start with the assumption that when people on the bottom of power relations articulate how they experience something or how something looks to them, that they're telling the truth. And that if they say something that sounds wrong, it may be, but this is also a moment for others to take a breath and consider whether in fact they may be right. And this might be a chance to learn something new and to get rid of old habits. That's part of the value of diversifying the board. I personally hope very much that the complaint described in today's paper is promptly withdrawn, that we can move on to focus on all the critical issues facing our students and their families, and that we can move forward with respect and honor for the insights brought by the two new board members. Thank you.
Who would like to go next? Martina.
There's a lot that that I'd love to talk about tonight, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to speak to at other points. But for the last few weeks, a 4J student who I have known and worked with and cared about for many years has been experiencing harassment because of her race, religion, and gender. And while this very remarkable young woman has proven that she does not need anybody's help to speak up for herself, I offered her my platform as a way to amplify her voice. So I'm going to use my time tonight to read a statement that she wrote and asked me to share. And particularly as we discuss our racial harassment policy tonight, I hope we can really keep Nona's words in our minds and in our hearts and act in ways that honor her and her peers. So I'm going to quote from her now. She writes, "For those who don't know me, my name is Nona Solomon-Burt, and I am a senior at North Eugene High School. You've probably heard my name and my story in these last few weeks. I was a victim of the racist harassment on social media. I have been threatened with sexual assault and have had people tell me that everyone should kill me. I have been called the N-word a number of times. There have been Instagram accounts made about me and have said really horrible things to and about me. These incidents have made it harder to trust my peers, focus at school, and exist in my community. I don't feel safe in my school or even just walking around my town and neighborhood. I've had countless meetings with my school principal to try to combat this problem so it doesn't happen to other people. The cycle is still going on, and I'm afraid that it'll happen again to me or other people. When this happened to me, I didn't really know how to react. Even having to work with the cops, knowing they want to help me, is still really triggering. I want to do everything in my power to make sure this doesn't happen again. But I also haven't had the proper time to grieve and feel how I want to feel. It's been hard to share my story, and it's been hard to speak up in areas where I know I can get the most support. I'm extremely grateful for all the resources and support that I've gotten through this time. As for the school, I wish that they would offer more education on prevention and how to support victims of crimes like this. Thank you, Nona, for being willing to share with us.
Thank you. And thank you, Nona, for doing that. Who else would like to go? Who'd like to go next? Shall I call on someone? Okay, I'm gonna say, Maya, you're the one up in my, thank you for putting your hand up. Thank you. All right.
No problem. Since our meeting on December 15th, when a board member indicated she had filed a complaint against 2 other board members, there has been a buzz in our community. As one of the targets of this complaint, I am troubled on several fronts, but none more so than the fact that this complaint has served as a major distraction, taking finite resources in the form of time and attention away from the obligation we have to focus on students. For every hour spent on this complaint, and there have been many, that is an hour we cannot put towards serving 4J students. So tonight I will be reverting my attention to what matters most, our students and the staff who serve them. There is so much happening in the district right now, all while in the throes of a major uptick in COVID cases. In the midst of huge amounts of COVID-driven absences, students have begun easy CBM testing and are approaching midterm exams in our secondary schools. Elementary teachers are preparing to welcome in a new batch of students into both on-site learning communities and online learning communities. We're in the midst of a mental health state of emergency. We are still dealing with ongoing racial and religion-based harassment of both students and staff. We are dealing with a historical low in staff morale. We are dealing with ongoing challenges from staffing shortages, and we are searching for a permanent superintendent. This all while folks are scrambling to secure effective masks, COVID testing, and medical care, all while our community diligently supports those who test positive. All of these things deserve their due attention. Families are in need, students are in need, staff is in need. I am here to insist our attention is reverted to pursuing viable solutions to these challenges, and that we put forward every effort to ensure the best educational experience for our students. I would expect that this is why every single one of us is here. On the topic of solutions, I'm hopeful that when we revisit board goals for the year, that we reconsider the board goal presented by board member Laurel O'Rourke to craft a policy delineating a pandemic and disaster plan. Not only do we find ourselves in the midst of an upswing in COVID cases, we are also in the midst of various stages of rebuilding 3 schools. All 3 schools should be ready to serve as community resources in the face of disaster. For example, ice storms, wildfires, or the oft-mentioned big one, a long-expected major earthquake. To commit tens of millions of bond dollars to building schools with this as one of their possible uses, but not accompany said funds with clear policy, is short-sighted. I'm hopeful if Omicron does nothing else, it shows us that we do, in fact, need a policy outlining a plan. I'm happy to report that tomorrow morning, board member Alicia Hayes and I will be meeting with interim superintendent Vanderkar to finalize the list of folks we hope to appoint to our revamped equity committee. These will include students, staff, community members, and student caregivers. This is exciting as this committee, as it is being restructured, holds tremendous potential to serve as a unique resource as we take on all of the challenges I have outlined tonight. We have a lot of work to do, and I'm here for nothing other than helping to get it done. In closing, I want to extend my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the South Eugene High School community. I'm devastated to hear of yet another loss, and my heart aches for the students, staff, and families.
Thank you, Maya. Who'd like to go next? Alicia?
You said who'd like to go next. Does that mean?
I did say that. No one volunteered. We can wait.
No, no, I
appreciate
appreciate it. I appreciate it. So Maya did say that we are meeting tomorrow. I thought it was in the afternoon to go over the names for the equity committee. Maya and I are spending a lot of time this week together. We also had a chance to do the finance and audit committee yesterday. You'll hear more of that excitement later in the agenda. And tomorrow as well, we have the charter school. I think Maya, you're on that as well. No, not you. Somebody else I get to hang out with for the charter school committee. So those are my committee assignments. I really appreciate the mask. I spent today at the vaccination clinic at Lane County, and my job, as some of you may know, my exciting job was to hand out masks and say we ask everyone to double mask those, except those that are wearing KN95. So I'm excited that that is getting taken care of. I know that we haven't had a chance as a board to talk about what some of you brought up around the complaint. And I think Gordon, you addressed it. You mentioned that we don't know all sides about what's going on. I do know as a board, we're all committed to making sure that our students have the best opportunity and the best education. That being said, we approach it in different ways. We also have a responsibility as leaders to make sure we don't put the board in a position or the school district in a position where we could have legal ramifications for things we say. You are correct. You have the right to free speech, but what could be the ramifications? Those are things we all need to learn as leaders in this organization and as board members. I know working at the county for many years, there have been some hard lessons there. And I hope that we as a board don't have to learn those hard lessons. We do need to come together because we know how we behave as a board has direct effect on our student achievement. And we know the student achievement is something we all got on this board for, was to increase student achievement, not decrease it. And I just want to end by saying I truly believe this is a powerful board, and we're all very powerful people wanting to get things done, and we just have different paths at achieving those. And if we can come together, we can change the world. I believe it with our diversity and our commitment. Martina, thank you very much for the story. I hope that you will thank the young person for their strength and their willingness to share the real life story with us. It was very powerful. And you know, that's one of those things. It's like, I want to do something now. And we actually have some opportunities as a board like we've never had before. So let's try to, you know, my intent is to do my best at listening and learning. This year has taught me more than many years in the past. And I appreciate all of you and your willingness to share your voice and to move us forward. So thank you very much. And I look forward to the rest of the meeting and those things that are on our agenda. Thanks.
Thanks, Alicia. And looks like Mary has her hand up. Great. Mary, you got to unmute.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Because
Now? Okay. Because I care deeply about this organization and the district and the hardworking people and staff who make sure the district is up and running each and every day, 365 days a year. I've decided at this point in time to conditionally withdraw my complaint, not because of anything anybody has said ahead of me. This was my decision. And while I still believe the conduct of the board members I mentioned is questionable and certainly has a negative impact on the people who make up the organization, the people in the community who support this. I think at this time, this complaint will become muddied with the current equity work that we are doing, which is very important. And I don't want it to be a diversion from that important work. I also think it will be intertwined with that because my complaint was about behavior. I know that it's not being perceived that way, but that's what I wanted to comply with. And as I said, that work is too important. The work on equity that we're doing is too important and far reaching because that does impact every student in the district as well as the community. I have consulted with legal counsel on this. I would request as a condition of this withdrawing the complaint that the board set up a work session with an outside facilitator to specifically discuss staff and board communication, because for me, that's what the issue is. I want us to have a productive, positive conversation to move forward on the important work that people have talked about. And as I said months ago, let's focus on the students and let's figure out how to move forward with that. I have a couple of things I want to talk about too. First of them is one of them is Camas Ridge. Given that Camas Ridge seems to be a big question in a lot of people's minds still, the fact that we can't seem to agree or satisfy the community about what the design should be. And also that we have North, which is halfway built. I'm wondering if it might be worth thinking about calling the question on Camas Ridge, putting it on hold until we can get North built. We also have other bond money that is going to be dedicated to other projects. I would hate to see us have a half-built North, not be able to fund these bond-related projects that the voters approved, and yet still be arguing about the design of Camas Ridge. I just think it might be time to have that critical conversation. You know, nobody, as far as I'm concerned, that I know of, no one from the North community has demanded a redesign or anything like that. And we're moving along on that. It looks really good. And I want North to be the big attraction in the region. And we do have a board goal to work on that. So I think that's something that we need to revisit. I'm also wondering about the invitations for the community forum. I see we're having one tomorrow. I've asked that several people be on the list. They've heard nothing about it. So I'm just wondering if the invitation has gone out. The other thing could we get an update on where we are with the SRO, the safety issues in school? I know that, you know, the group is working on it. And I just wonder if we can have an update. I haven't heard anything, I think, since November. And then lastly, I have asked many times, at least three or four now, and I will ask again tonight, that the board, because it's one of our goals, have a work session on climate change. I've looked at the working agenda. It's not out there. I understand leadership has probably only met once, but I also noted that on Friday at the City Club, there were 4 high school students from the climate justice team of 4J, along with Atosa, who gave a presentation. And so it just seems like odd that the board can't seem to find time to talk about this really, really important thing. And we have students in the community talking about it. So I will, again, at the end of the meeting, ask that the board talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And Laurel.
Oh, right now my dog is begging to get in. Okay. I read the complaint from Mary Walston. It's clearly upsetting to me that every board member but every board member should be disturbed by her attempt to twist board policy to stop the freedom of speech of boards, Black and Brown board members. As on a board, I expect there to be more anti-racist rhetoric than what I hear. I've been on this board for 5 months, and I have been called all kinds of names. I've been said I'm the mean person, I'm a bad person, I'm a bully, I'm horrible. Every post I have made on social media has been about the white supremacy I deal with on this board. That's it. It's about what I deal with, the bullying and the trauma that it means for a Black person, a Black woman, to be on this board. And really, the problem is, and I talked to Aisha Elliott, she's brilliant. She said, we don't speak the same language. When I'm talking about racism and what I'm dealing with, my white board members who haven't had the knowledge, or maybe they have, but they just haven't taken it in, aren't hearing it like that. They're just hearing it as an attack. What I'm saying is, please, we have to change for everyone. I'm not talking about me. Maya's not talking about Maya. She's talking about all our marginalized students and how much they matter, how much change needs to happen, the things that are happening. And I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, the student who said those profound words, Martina, those things will continue to happen unless we do the work of actually changing it. Most of our work is performative. I believe when I looked at the racial harassment as proposed, it's not done. I believe it's pushed forward because it's performative. We need to get it out there and show people what we're doing. We need something good and strong and that will protect people. And I also want board members to be part of that policy, because what has happened here is racial harassment and it needs to not be allowed. I am absolutely committed to working with this board, but this bullying and behavior needs to stop. We need to stop picking at people because they point out things that may not feel good. I would really like us to start with a lot of DEI training from people we all agree on. And I would recommend, I hope I'm saying her name right, Aisha Elliott, because she works in this town, does amazing work. A lot of organizations have heard from her and have made changes because of her. So, and I think we need to do it a lot, not just once or twice. It needs to happen monthly at least. Thank you.
Thanks, Laurel. And I just want to take, it's on a few times the board chair has gotten to give board comments. And I just want, Mary, I just want to thank you for withdrawing the complaint, because I believe it gives our board really an opportunity to figure out what we need to learn, maybe learn each other's language so we can actually work together, if I'm going to quote what Laurel said about Alicia. But I also know this doesn't mean that the problems or issues will go away just if we get rid of the complaint, and I heard that. So there's no doubt, I think, that we have problems to address between board members, between our relationship as a board to staff. We need to really figure this out, and I'm really committed to make sure we get work sessions. We work with the board to figure out what are the tools. We'll schedule a work session to figure out what the tools are. If there's some of the ideas of the trainings that we heard about, mediation, learning about our roles and responsibilities and the impact we have, whatever it's going to take. So thank you. It gives us that opportunity to talk about what we need to do better. I'm hearing from everyone that that's what we would like. Okay, now is the time for our consent agenda.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
And I just want to say that before we do that, that we've had a request and it's been granted. It's not a content change, but the recorder was going to add the actual votes by tally, the people that actually voted for the votes, the names, to the minutes. So it's a small change. I understand we don't have to pull it for that. She's just going to make that adoption. So if we still can go ahead with that, we could have a second for the consent agenda. Mary seconds it. So Martina moves and Mary seconds that we we pass the consent agenda as it appears. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. The motion passes unanimously with 7 votes for. Okay, then now we're moving on to items for information. The first item for information is to receive an update on the district equity work. I'm excited about this. Superintendent Vanderkar, I believe you want to introduce the presenters on this one.
Yes, we have Misael Gutierrez and Larry Williams here tonight to talk about what we worked on this year. I am very excited because we are building, and we can feel it, and I want them here to share. We've given them 20 minutes plus 10 minutes for questions, and what really they probably need about 2 hours to share everything they're working on. So I don't know who's starting, but Misael or Larry, please go ahead and take the floor.
Great, thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Board Chair, school board members, and Superintendent. My name is Misael Flores Gutierrez, Director of Equity, Inclusion, and Instruction. I have two colleagues alongside with me tonight.
Yeah, I'm Larry Williams, another Director of Equity, Inclusion, and Instruction.
And I'm Andy Dye. I'm the Director of Secondary Education here in Eugene School District 4J.
Great, thanks. Tonight, we plan to share more information about our equity work with you. In particular, Larry and I will review a few items included in the Google document that was shared with you. Dr. Dye will speak on the BIPOC Educator Pipeline Project. Then Larry and I will speak on the Hate and Bias Incident Advisory Team. And finally, Larry will speak on the Community Photo Project. Before we begin, we would like to highlight the fact that the work we are doing, as noted on the Google document, would not be possible without the full support and encouragement of our superintendent, district leadership, and the community. We feel compelled to say this publicly because it is important to note.
Yeah, in addition to sharing our Office of Equity working document, the reason we would do that is because we're interested in being transparent. We know you guys filled a lot of questions in the community, and we believe that one of the important pieces is that you know some of the things that are happening. So some of the work that you'll see in the document is work that we work on daily, and other pieces of it we work on periodically. We turn and give those things our attention. And sometimes the squeaky wheel has an effect on a given day. And so we'll go back and work on some things that we haven't planned on. So our plan is, as we move forward in our working document, is to continue to return to the board and share pieces. And so hopefully you're interested in that, having us come and update you periodically. One of our concerns with sharing our work in this way is that folks would contact us and want sort of individual updates on topics that are there. So what we would ask is, if you're interested in an update of a topic, that would be a great time to invite us back to the board or share with the superintendent you're interested in hearing more or asking if we've moved forward with the projects.
Thanks, Larry. The first item on the agenda is that document that we just spoke on. It's that Google document that was shared with you. You will notice on the document shared with you that many initiatives we have taking place at this moment. You will also notice that we are working collaboratively with departments across the district. This is intentional, as our mission is to help move the entire organization to a place that is more inclusive in all respects. And so this, of course, is with the help of all leadership. A couple of things to highlight include the restorative practices work that is going to begin this month, district-wide. Larry, I don't know if you'd maybe want to share a little bit about that.
Yeah, you guys heard from Georgianne, and I want to just publicly make sure that I thank Georgianne for her diligence and hard work that she's doing. We're going to be working parallel to what she's doing. We also will have someone coming in, and we'll be working with other members. So we have two different groups that are working on improving our staff and individuals in our district's ability to run restorative practices.
Thanks, Larry. Another item that you will notice on that document is a newcomer program for recently arrived English learners.
Excuse me, I'm sorry I cannot find this document, and I don't know if it was sent to me, but I don't see it in anything I have. Does anybody else have it?
No.
Nope.
No. Okay.
Lisa has it. Lisa, if you're out there, will you forward that in a view-only format. Hopefully you'll get that pretty quick.
We apologize. We had assumed that it was shared with you. So that's an oversight on our end. You should be receiving a copy of it though. But on that document, you will also see the newcomer program for recently arrived English learners. We have this year, we have an increase in students that have moved here from other countries and that speak little to no English. And so we're working right now to create a district-wide program that will help support students and their families in collaboration with the wraparound program. So that's something that is underway at the moment. We also are working to expand our early childhood programs and childcare. We recognize that that is an area for growth for us. And so we have taken it upon ourselves to really to provide a robust program that is supportive for especially young parents. And so that is another area that we're working on at the moment. And then another area is our student affinity groups. Larry, would you want to share a little bit about that?
And we've shared with you guys, I think last time we were with you, that we have student affinity groups operating in our high schools and middle schools. And we've hired affinity group coordinators to work with high school affinity group advisors. And we've tentatively reached an agreement to actually offer it to elementaries, potentially as early as next year, to have elementary start running affinity groups as well.
Another thing that is not on that document just yet, and the reason why is because it is a working document, and it's one that both Larry and I are in daily, and it changes daily. But it's we're working on a prevention program that will be district-wide, that focuses on racial harassment bias, that is aligned with SEL work. And so we recognize that the policy is a good step forward, but yet we also need something that's preventative and not just reactionary. And so we are looking into something that will be district-wide. And at the moment, we don't have many details, but just that we are working on identifying a program. And once we do, we will share with you what that program is. But just wanted you to know that we are working behind the scenes to make sure we have something that's preventative and it's district-wide and it's consistent. In addition to that, we are working with numerous folks on book studies, specifically with elementary administrators. We're working with them on the book White Fragility and with the TOSAs on the book Cast. And you will also notice that we're also working with HR on recruitment and retention of staff of color. So those are just a couple things that are on that Google document. Once you get an opportunity to look it over, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask us. But again, like Sydney mentioned, we could spend an hour just going over each one of these components. But I thought we'd just provide you with a brief overview and some of the important aspects of it. Larry, do you have anything else to add on the document?
Well, just the recruitment and retention of staff of color, the work we're doing with HR. That's one of the things that Andy Dye is going to speak towards. But I just, I can't stress enough that we are attempting to work with lots of departments down here, really trying to be out and making sure that we know what other departments' needs are as we look at equity across the district. So because it's a heavy lift for just two. And fortunately, the superintendent has given us some more folks to work with. If you think about the size of our department just a year ago, I'd say we're close to probably about 15 more people working in our department, and it's the timing is perfect. So
thanks, Larry. And I will make sure to get a copy of this document to you here shortly as Dr. Dye speaks on his topic.
Thanks, Misael. Larry, I have the opportunity to talk to you briefly about the 4J BIPOC Educator Pipeline Project. It's a collaboration between the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, the Instruction Department, Human Resources, with full-throated support from Superintendent Vanderkar, which we greatly appreciate. We have some partners in the project. It is not a finalized project, but we're working with Lane Community College, Pacific University, Lane ESD, EEA, and OSCA to build our own, to grow our own teachers. So ultimately, the goal is to diversify the 4J workforce by supporting current BIPOC students and employees to pursue careers or advance their careers in public education. We would see 3 real pathways: the residency teacher licensure pathway, which would be for candidates who have a bachelor's degree and are employees of the district, who would then pursue their teacher licensure and take a job teaching with us. An opportunity with Pacific to help people who have completed 2 years of post-secondary education, have an associate's degree, to do the other 2 years to earn a bachelor's degree while working with us and advance their career in public education. And then the Master of Arts in Teacher Hybrid program, which would be designed to allow a person who is working within the district in a teaching or other role to maintain their job while earning a master's degree. There are other regional efforts, and we're not trying to necessarily pull support from them, but we think that the idea is to move further and faster with diversifying our workforce, which means we need multiple layers in order to encourage BIPOC students and employees of the district to see opportunities within the district to advance their careers, get the support that they need in order to do that, all while staying in the community that they've chosen to live in. We have some employees here right now that are in our affinity groups that have either lived in Eugene their whole lives or grew up here, went to our schools, moved away, and have come back because they want to be in Eugene. And those are the folks that we know are invested in the community, have a network within the community, want to stay in the community, and will be really, really good educators. Recruitment from other places is also effective, but it can be difficult for folks to move to a completely new community and stay. And we've seen that with issues surrounding retention. We don't necessarily think that this is a silver bullet, but it's absolutely a way for us to build a more diversified workforce from people who are already in the community. We'd also love to see students involved in a career and technical education program of study around our education, who can leave with college credits, take advantage of Oregon Promise and attend LCC, and then continue in their studies on that very same campus, which is where Pacific has a program, so that they could go from 4J schools into a local community college, into a 4-year and graduate program, all while working in the district. There's still some details to be worked out. It's multiple bureaucracies and organizations that are equally complex in their own right, but we're really excited about the support that we're getting from Pacific and the enthusiasm that they have to help us create opportunities for our students and employees.
Thanks, Andy.
Sure, thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks.
The next item we have is the Racist Hate and Bias Incident Advisory Team. And that's a team that we just recently created. And really it was a response to the recent events in our schools. And we recognize that we need a better and consistent way to respond to racism, hate, and bias incidents in our school district. So we created this advisory team to advise school administrators on issues of racism, hate, and bias. The advisory team brings together key staff, so communications, legal, equity, for example, to provide appropriate, consistent, and calculated responses to incidents involving racism, hate, and bias. The team membership capitalizes on the knowledge, reporting structures, programming, and communication tools already in place in our school district. And the goal, there's 2 goals. First one is for administrators to walk away with a comprehensive action plan. And 2, the district is aware of this plan And the advisory team allows for consistency in responding to incidences across the district, which is something we don't have in place at the moment. Currently, the team meets regularly to role play different scenarios. And again, this was just recently created and it's a work in progress. Larry, do you want to share a little bit more about that?
Yeah, our next meeting is on the 14th. We've set aside scenarios. So when we meet and we're not necessarily meeting around a crisis, we'll be meeting and going over different scenarios in order to build our capacity to be as best support to admin as possible. One of the things that we've already done, the second incident at North, we were able to have the team take the principal's message out to the families. We were able to take that and help craft what we believed was a product that would support the community. What we've done is really looked at who do we have here on staff. So our group is about, I think 50% of us are persons of color. So we can lend our perspective to how a community might feel during a crisis and support a principal in making good decisions surrounding the communication.
Thanks, Larry. And the last topic we have is the community photo project. Larry will speak on that.
So if you guys remember, there was a period of time, and I apologize, I'm sitting with these beautiful works of art here in my office because I was thinking we were going to be meeting in the auditorium and I was going to be able to share those with you. But earlier this year, our department had shared a desire with the board that we wanted to do some community outreach. I know a lot of what we do is kind of in the moment. And thank you, Sid. A lot of what we do is in the moment and wanting to get the community involved and doing outreach to show our appreciation to the community. We decided to do a community. We wanted to diversify the hallways in our schools and use the community to do that. We've talked about retention. We would be looking at retention and hiring folks of color because there's just not enough in the schools. And so one of the reasons why we decided to do this project is because we have lots of people in our community that are supporting our students or would be willing to support our students. And so to be part of the project, the only thing we ask from folks is that they would document what type of work they do or what type of work they've done in the community, and then write a note of inspiration to school-age students. And so we have been meeting with people out where they work or in locations where they want to meet, and we're taking their pictures with their inspirational comments to students. And we're having several copies of every person. I think we have about 20 already completed. And those are going out to school. So we're having about 3 copies made. We'll take one and place them in different schools around the district. And then we'll have a photo wall down here with the complete project by the time we're done. And what I will say is for community members that are listening that participated, just want to thank you for doing this. I know the students are going to appreciate it. And we as a district definitely appreciate you stepping up and supporting us in this project. We don't have an end date for the project. It's going to be ongoing. It's not something that starts and finishes, not until our schools are matching the diversity that we have in our student body. And those are the 3 big rocks that we wanted to bring to you guys. I'm sure you have some questions and hopefully we didn't go too far over our time so that we have some time for you guys to ask questions. Yes, Gordon?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I have a question just about one of the many initiatives that you both talked about, which is the trying to develop more teachers of color from educational assistants. And my I guess I have two questions. One is, what exactly is the role of OSEA in that? Since I would think that would be a critical partner in getting it from concept to reality. And the other is, I've been hearing about these ideas for a couple of years. I would not have expected to make any progress on almost anything in the last 2 years with everybody under like the constant COVID emergency. It's hard to imagine launching any new initiatives, but I am interested in if we have like concrete numerical benchmarks like we do for testing or graduation or third grade reading, or if you think it's feasible to create those. Like we might meet them, we might not meet them. If we don't meet them, we can stand there and say, okay, what happened that we didn't meet these? But is that a way to go forward, that we can kind of make sure that we have numerical goals that push ourselves for how many people we think we want to be able to get through these channels?
Sure. Andy, you want to take a crack at that?
Sure. And Larry, you look like you were chomping at the bit, so jump in whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Couple of different things. Thanks for the question. We know that we would need like a pathway advisory group that helps us problem solve and think about what could be or what should be, or identify things that are not, and OSEA would be part of that for sure, as would EEA. I'm not quite sure about numerical benchmarks. I do believe that there will be some complexities and some unexpected things. And so I want to start with a cohort that is of the size that will provide critical mass of support for people that are going through this. And at the same time, not be so big, so quick that we're not able to develop it at a reasonable and graceful pace. I think the first time around, if we were able to get a cohort of say 10 or so, give or take a few, and this is not arbitrary, but any bigger, and it has the tendency of us, or the possibility of us not being able to provide the level of support that people are going to report needing as they go through this process the first time. So we want to start reasonably, and at the same time, we're very anxious to see our own workforce diversify in steady increments that are noticeable and have an impact. Larry, you want to add anything there?
Yeah, what I was wanting to say is, we were looking at starting small and making sure the people that are selected are very interested. We already know of some folks that we've all worked with that would definitely do it. The problem is quitting your job to go to school is usually not very affordable, and that's what we're interested in, is being part of that ability to support someone in that goal. But again, yes, starting small so that we can see what our capacity is really the plan.
Judy, can I just take one thing?
Oh, Martina and Maya are sort of in the queue. Was that a follow-up to your question?
Yeah, I just have a very quick follow-up, which is not really another question. I appreciate everything you're saying. It makes total sense to start with something that you think is manageable. I personally would like to see some numerical goals, even if those are like, we're going to try to get a cohort of 10, and if 2 or 3 people end up going all the way through, that'll be good, because either way we don't make it, it's instructive for moving on. And I just don't want to end up in a situation where we're just always coming back and having process conversations without any way to really measure what's working or not. But that's for down the road. Thank you both.
Great. Martina.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's, just so much that you just shared about the work that you're doing. I would definitely encourage us to look at, metrics of success that are maybe more like humanistic and more related to the experience of the individuals who are participating in this kind of a program. I think Gordon's right that having a way to sort of mark and measure how things are moving is really important. And perhaps that's something that, an initial cohort can really help craft from within. Like, what would it mean for them to feel that they had a successful experience in this program? How can we ensure that people are making their way through this program in a sustainable way, and that, they complete that program actually feeling really ready and prepared and excited to do the work. So I would be excited to see some measures that were beyond just numbers, but that still give us like a very concrete understanding of how things are moving. I think when I was listening to you all present, the thing that I kind of feel like there's so much happening, and that's really like exciting and amazing and also very overwhelming. And I think what I'm left with wondering is, what you need from the district and what you need from us to make all of this possible and make it all successful? And that might be an impossible question to ask because that might be too big and too nebulous. But if there is, I'm just curious about what are the things that we could implement or do or make into practice that would actually really help push along your work.
What I would say, getting to know you guys will help because then we'll know what your strengths are and how we can use you. We've already said Judy's name or Board Chair Newman's name a number of different times as we talk about our early ed program, because we know that's something that she knows well, and so we do plan on bending her ear as we move forward with that. But most of you guys know, as a district, there is a gap between preschool and our opportunity to work with students between that 2 and 3 age. And what we do all know is that students come into the district already considered behind in their progress. So the gap starts early for some of our BIPOC students or students in poverty. So we're looking to figure out a way to bridge that gap. And we've got some really good ideas about what that could look like. But we have to jump in there because annually we have students that are having this basically a gap year of less formal instruction that could be happening, and the district is totally capable of filling that gap. We just have to have an organized way of doing it. So get yourself ready to. Our Board Chair Newman, sorry.
All righty. Maya.
I want to thank you also for giving us this update. I know every time we hear an update, there's so much that's left unsaid because you have so much to share and finite time. I also want to ask a couple of questions or just bring a couple of things to mind with the program that Dr. Dye outlined. I appreciate everything that you shared, and I'm wondering if we're doing any sort of cross communication with Springfield to hear how successful their program has been, because this sounds a lot like what they have had in place for a little bit now. I'm not sure how long. Time does not feel real anymore. But I also, it feels like one of the things, and I'm thinking back to what Board Member Laurel O'Rourke was saying in her personal statement, and I'm wondering how, while we're developing these tangible components of a recruitment and retention program, how we're folding in the analysis of what our district culture has been that has historically made retention somewhat difficult. I know that I was going to say Gordon, but Board Member Gordon Lafer, to be official, has for a long time asked for exit interviews, and I'm hoping that we can include some exit interviews of some folks who have recently left 4J, so we can have an idea of what we can do to shift our district culture to make it a more hospitable and welcoming and literally safe community for teachers to not only want to pursue jobs, but to also want to stick around, hopefully for the long term. So I know that that's asking you kind of a huge question before, right on the spot. So if this is one of those things that has to come back maybe for next time, that's fine. I'm just hoping it comes back in a form that's public so that the community can also hear about that, because it feels very linked to all of the work that is happening just in the whole realm of equity and anti-racism. So yeah, I'm just hoping that this is including this bigger picture concept that I'm mentioning, that is much more nebulous and much more difficult to pinpoint, and I recognize that.
What I will say is this isn't necessarily new to the district. Eugene, Springfield, and Bethel have. This has been in place. What we'll be working on is BIPOC. Theirs is not necessarily identified to bring individuals of color into those. And so that's kind of the difference in what we're doing. So our folks that have been working with the tri-districts in this capacity have some idea of what we're getting ourselves into. Our desire is to, when we say grow our own, it really is to outreach and work to bring people that are already here in our community that actually have a desire to be a teacher. They just don't have a pathway. They don't know a pathway. And that's what we want to be, is that bridge to them to develop that opportunity. Because, you know, like I said before, the majority can't just stop working to go get this degree. They need to have a way to do that. And so what we're offering is the opportunity to continue working in your capacity, or to hire folks to work in our district while they attend in this capacity. So yeah, you know, I agree with you. And it's always hard, again, I'll say, to bring your work out into the open, because for me, some of it is, it might slow us down with feeling everybody's need for the push forward. And I'll just say that plainly, with appreciation for the skepticism or what you feel needs to happen. My concern is that making sure that it's perfect, we may never take off.
So I put myself in the queue. First of all, I'm so impressed with all the initiatives, and as you stated, you haven't shared them all with us. A couple of things I just want to point out that first of all, it's really good to hear you're getting the staffing, because I think that having more people join your team is really an indication of the commitment of the district. And so I'm happy to hear that. And the other part that I was really happy to hear is that you're working with all of our departments across the district. Because if we're really going to do equity work, it's got to be part of everything. And I really, really am happy to hear that approach, that it's really looking at all aspects. So great to hear that. And I'm super delighted to hear about the early learning piece, because I do feel it's such an important part of growing this work. And I'm really, you know, I know we'll be partnering with Greta Segolia on your team. She's focusing on early learning. I'm happy to help in any way. And I do have one request. I didn't know about that beautiful artwork you've been working on. And I just selfishly think it would be great to figure out a way to also share it on our website so more people could see it, maybe with a running ribbon or something, in addition to having it in schools. It would be great to be able to all of us see it. So thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we have it all. It's all electronic. And so we can have a scout be able to share that. We'll send something out to the folks that we've taken photos of to make sure they feel comfortable being included on a website as well. What we've told them, how we were going to use it, were these posters in schools and down at the district office. So I want to be fair to them, give anyone a chance to say, you know, I'm not comfortable being in a website, but post that. We'd love to share the file with you.
Great. Thank you.
I'll show you guys a couple more pictures before we get off too, because I have some in my office. Sid has some in hers.
Laurel.
Want to unmute me? So yeah, I have a few things. I have a question about the photos. Are there already photos on the wall like this? Like exactly like these?
Are they down here at the district?
Anywhere. You're saying this is to add to photos that are already on the walls?
No, we just got the first batch back today. So, or actually yesterday, we got the first batch, and I didn't want to send any out because I wanted to be able to show you guys, because I thought we'd be live. So
I have to say I'm a little bit concerned that there's only, I thought you were adding to what was already on the walls and saying, hey, there's also, we're adding more demographics to it, but to just have only Black people on the walls saying you matter, I find that to, I don't know, I haven't seen it. I've only seen a few that Sydney held up, but I just, my visceral reaction to it as a Black woman is like, oh, all right. I guess they're putting us up on the walls to try to impress somebody. And the reason I'm saying that is I'd like to see it balanced perhaps, but I would also really just like to know more. And so what this comes down to is when you say you want to communicate with us, is I have been in my 5 short months pretty much told I'm not allowed to communicate with staff. So I would love to communicate with staff and ask questions and learn things if it's possible, but I've been told we're absolutely not allowed to. So so I don't know much, and the communication is pretty dismal, except for this, and I appreciate this presentation, but you can imagine I've seen you, I think 3 times, so at the board meeting. So that's all of the sum of my communication from you guys. So basically when I get this information, I'm trying to process it, understand it, and I also have nothing else to put with it, like the document that was sent out, I can't open. So is there going to be a committee or something that works with you? You mentioned something, a commission or a committee or something.
Need a little bit more.
I was just going by your presentation. I'm trying to remember. You said there was going to be people that you were working with that would help inform what you were doing. And is it going to be like a committee of some sort, including board members and the equity committee and people from the schools and staff, or?
Which part of our proposal? Let me touch base on the first 2 things while it's on it. So it's not just Black people that are going up on walls. We contacted people of all races and ethnicities, so BIPOC people that were interested. So like Jim Garcia was another person that we've taken photos of. These are all folks that are living in our community working. They're not just educators. These are people that work in sandwich shops. These are people that work at gas stations. The goal is a community presence, and their one task was to share what they do for a living and an inspirational note to students. So that's that piece of it. And I'm not quite sure which part of our presentation are you talking about a committee for?
You had several things, and since I don't have a document showing what all the stuff that you were going to talk about, I took some notes, but I don't have all of them.
Did anyone else get a document? Anyone else? I'm asking if anyone else did not get the document.
They send documents out that we can't open, and because we don't have Google emails to open them. So I have no way to open it in the Google Sheets.
Martina, I wonder if one of the things might be the advisory group that I made reference to with the BIPOC educator pipeline.
Oh, maybe that's, yeah, that sounds familiar. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. We know that we want to have an advisory committee to help us think about what needs to be in place, to help us identify obstacles and ways to get around them. Think about recruitment, think about real ways to support students and employees who are in our program at the time. And we would see that would be folks within instruction, the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, some folks from HR, some EEA reps, some OSEA reps. There is a possibility for board member involvement. We haven't really gotten that far to name advisory board representatives. I think that's all part of the conversations that we'll be having moving forward. We just didn't want to get too far ahead of ourselves before we had really talked about it with you folks and gotten some more feedback from the superintendent.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And one last thing I just wanted to point out, and I think Maya has already pointed it out. We lose a lot of staff from the culture that's already in 4J. A lot of BIPOC staff, I hate using that term, I just say Black, Indigenous, and Latinx. staff members leave because the culture is just not conducive to, it doesn't feel good. And we've been told this quite a bit. So we want to keep them. That's the work you guys are doing, right? I think it's absolutely imperative that we have these exit interviews, but I feel like there's something in between the encouraging more staff and the exit interview. What can we do in the in between to be really mindful and care for our staff who just don't feel heard or valued? So that's what I want to add. I appreciate, it may not sound it, but I do very much appreciate all your hard work, because I know it is hard work. And it's so valuable, and it will, if we continue doing it at the rate we're doing it right now, I think we may make some changes, and hopefully soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Laurel. So I see Alicia has her hand up, and Gordon. I'm wondering if we could just stop there with questions, because we've gone way over time, and we're going to have these guys back again. This is great stuff, and it's really, we'll have you back more regularly to hear from you for sure. We'd love to. So Alicia.
Thanks, Judy. I actually just wanted to take a second and say thank you for the presentation. And I couldn't open my either, and I'm looking forward to it. So if we get something other than Google Docs, that would be great. I know that I'm feeling very fortunate to be on the equity committee this time, and Maya and I have seen this large chart, and we've had that opportunity. And that's something that we might want to talk about as a board, because Maya and I have the responsibility as being the board reps to bring back the information. Also, it's not in lieu of, but it's in addition to, and to listen and take those questions back to the committee. And that's, you know, one of the things we need to be doing. You know, Laurel, you posed the question, what could we do? And there's probably a lot of things we can do, but I am a firm believer in stay interviews. Why are people sticking around? What would they, where are we going to lose them? Maybe when people choose to leave, there's a different mindset, and those are important as well. But really finding out what it is we can do to keep people before we lose them is important. And I know years ago there was an attempt to do a consistent exit interview with all the folks, and I've now forgotten the name of the group, but from city, university, county, both cities, school districts, and they came up with an exit interview and questions. So I don't know if anything like that is still going on, but I think that, you know, we keep talking about it, and it needs to be part of it. And so I just really hope that we take a second and talk about stay interviews, as well as maybe going and doing selective interviews for people who have left. Just because we didn't catch them when they left, maybe catch them afterwards as part of our retention program. And so anyway, just thank you so much. I'll have lots of questions, and I have the luxury of having a little time with you guys tomorrow. Take care.
Just one quick thing for Alicia and Laurel. I don't know. I think you have to be logged into your 4J account to access this Google Doc. So just,
yes.
So, no, you're logged in, Laurel. So if that's not working, we'll get you some help. So Gordon.
Get me some help, Judy.
Yeah, me too. I'm logged in. It hasn't helped me. I guess I just wanted to, you know, just go back to kind of what Alicia raised. I know that there are people both in the district and in the community who have lists of staff of color who have left the district. And I think that we need to do, you know, it doesn't have to be comprehensive. If we did 20 interviews with people, we would discover things, some of which we can't solve, and hopefully some of which we can. And, you know, one of the things that's valuable about exit interviews is that people feel free to tell the truth because they're no longer working within the system. And I appreciate what Alicia said, and I would love to do stay interviews or something like that. People would hear. I think in that it's critical that we do work with EEA or OSEA just to make sure that we're getting people who are not afraid of that I'm going to say something and somebody's going to say, oh, you made me look bad because you're complaining about blah, blah, blah. Like, we know there's a lot of problems that we can't solve, but the goal is to do these interviews so that we can learn what are the things that we can change, so we don't end up being like people who are pouring water into a bucket with a hole in the bottom and wondering why it never fills up. So I guess I would like to hear, and I think this is maybe more for the superintendent, and maybe it's not something that could be answered tonight, but at the next meeting, of like, is doing those kind of interviews something that the district supports and that we can look forward to having in the future, or is there a problem with it that we're not aware of?
So HR, when any person leaves the district, offers an exit interview via email, and people can choose to do it or not. Maybe that is not a good method, but that is what we offered over time. I am on the committee that Alicia was referring to with the city and the county and a number of other agencies. And we are discussing it right now, how to keep our employees employed. And I don't know that we're going to come up with an exit interview, but know that it is in the discussion, and we meet monthly. So
thank you. So I'm going to say that clearly we have to have you back. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing, and there's a great interest in it. Appreciate it. And we'll move on to our next item for sure. Thank you for your time and your work. Okay, our next item is to look at the Eugene School District 4J Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for 2020-2021. And we have Andrea Bells on that.
Good evening, everyone. You have two rather lengthy reports, annual financial statements in your board materials. The first is the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR. That's our acronym for that, for Eugene School District 4J. And the second is the KRVM annual report. KRVM, of course, is our radio station here. I'm happy to report that for both of these reports, our independent auditors have taken a look at our presentation and have determined that they can provide an unmodified audit opinion on the financial statements. That means there's nothing that they would change about the presentation of these statements, and they believe that they are fairly presented and useful for our readers. They have also not provided us with any material weaknesses or significant deficiency notifications. We call those audit findings. Had we received an audit finding for either of these reports, we would present that to the board, and we would also ask the board to take action on those findings, to basically create a corrective action plan with us and to pass a resolution to ensure that that is accomplished. But for both of these reports, no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, so no audit findings to take action on. Something to note for this year, and this is the first year of this audit requirement, that the Oregon Department of Education has asked that additional audit procedures be performed over our Student Investment Account, or SIA, grant. So these audit procedures help to ensure that information that is important to the Oregon Department of Education, and of course to our legislators regarding this grant, is reviewed by our auditors, and any concerns are raised to the board and to the Oregon Department of Education. I'm happy to report that no concerns were noted as a result of this audit work. So I would be happy to answer any questions anyone might have on either one of these reports.
So Andrea, just to clarify, we're also asking you questions about the KRVM financial report as well, right?
You could ask for either one.
Okay, great. Mary has her hand up.
Well, I just wanted to congratulate the financial staff for a clean audit for both of the organizations. That's amazing. And I get excited about it because it tells me that you are all paying attention to the little things that make the organization run on a day-to-day basis. And that's really an important foundation. So congratulations and good work, and keep it up. A clean CAFR is exciting to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for Andrea? Oh, Alicia does. Great.
Actually, Maya and I had a chance to read the entire report we sat through. No, we didn't. It's very many pages, but as somebody pointed out, someone had to write it, and you guys did do a very nice job. If you get a chance to skim it, I know it's quite a bit, but I'm with Mary in sending the congratulations and the high five or whatever on the work, because it really is a statement about the good work you do here. And finance and audit, as much as I've avoided over the last 17 years, it's actually very fun to get to hear what you're doing. And, one of the things that we talked about in the meeting was that, areas of concern or interest, that if the board talks to us, Maya and I can carry that on to that group. So we actually had that discussion. And then if there's any policy changes for finance and audit, that would come back to the board, but the committee would take a look at that. And you guys did talk about going out for, that we'll be going out for a new RFP. So those are things that we had a chance to talk about in our finance and audit committee. And so thank you very much for all of your work and your staff's work.
Thank you.
Alicia, an RFP for what?
Well, that was just a teaser.
Oh,
Andrea,
Yes.
I'm glad you were listening. Andrea, I'll fill you in. I can tell you, but Andrea is looking excited to tell you.
So we issue contracts for independent audit services on a 5-year basis. So we're coming up for renewal. We're perfectly happy with our current provider, but this is our process for all major contracts, that we need to go out and assess the possibility of new or other services on a regular basis. And we will do this in January, hopefully come back to the board sometime in March with a recommendation to either retain our current audit firm or to move to an new audit firm based on the results of this request for proposal.
thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments for Andrea? Laurel.
Does the RFP have equity questions on it?
It typically does not have equity questions related to the work of auditing the financial statements, but it does have equity questions related to the policies of the audit firm. And if they support all of the, any kind of employment requirements that would be required of a vendor of the district or of someone who does these types of services.
Is it possible to get a copy of that? What the district asked for as far as employment?
Yes, that is part. Oh, yeah, that is part of our standard template for requests for qualification. And we could definitely get that to you from our purchasing department.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks. So maybe the superintendent could include that in the Friday memo or send it to the board. That would be great. I also want to add my voice of congratulations. It is truly amazing to get a clean audit. So compliments to Andrea, you and your entire team. And I agree, keeping track of these, but every year I learn more about the 4J budget, but I have a lot more to learn. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, we have the next item is to discuss board member email responses. And that was something that was added to the agenda, I think, at the end of our last meeting. And I'm going to just give you what my understanding of my role to do this, and then I'd love to hear from what other people would like to hear or comment on with that process. Again, this was my first time as board chair, and so I've been watching for the last 4.5 years, different board chairs responding to emails, and I realized that was part of the role of the board. And in terms of the documentation of what I was supposed to be doing, there is an item in our working agreements. I think it's under the communications section. And it's that the board chair will be responsible to answer in writing all correspondence sent to the board. And all board members will be copied on responses. However, board members should be cautious to abide by the Oregon public meeting laws. With regard to serial meetings via electronic communication, avoid the use of reply all. And the board chair will strive for a timely response to the correspondence. So that's what's in our current and our proposed working agreements. And then there is a document the Oregon School Board Association puts out about the role of the board chair under, that was the other piece that I saw, that the primary role of the chair, other than to run meetings, is to be the voice of the board. The chair represents the collective will of the board to other community boards and commissions and to the public. The authority of the chair is conferred by all members of the board. Therefore, the chair is no more powerful than any other board member, and the chair can be overruled at any time by a simple majority vote. So so I try to respond to emails in a timely manner, and I try to do a factual response. And I know there's been a comment, often my facts, because a lot of the questions are about work that district staff is doing. So I try to get the information from either facilities, if it's about our heating systems, or our airflow, or about our health and safety thing. So that's how I've approached it. So I will leave. I just thought I'd at least frame, people ask me. So Laurel, you have your hand up. I think you put it on the agenda and wanted to bring it up. So please.
Yeah, so there have been quite a few instances where I've seen the board response was really seemingly look like it was Sydney and Judy's response, and it was not something that we had actually voted on as a board. So in other public boards, usually I see that the response is just that we received your letter and we pass it on to the person at the whoever would be in charge, staff member who would be in charge of that. But we don't give an opinion, or what you state are facts are actually usually something that we're still deciding on or have not voted on. And so there have been a few times where things were going to be voted on and you've stated talking as the board, as you are, that this was something that was just kind of done already. So I think it's very important that we just say that we've received your letter, we appreciate it, and have a kind of a canned response, but also that we will get it to the person who would be in charge of that. That's my opinion on this, being that you speak for the board, and there have been so many instances where you are not speaking for me. So it's frustrating to watch.
Gordon.
I think Mary was ahead of me. I can wait.
Oh, well, I've learned you're in the queue first on Zoom, and Zoom records when you put your hand up. So go for it.
I'm wrong. I guess I just wanted to say a kind of a version of Laurel's comments. I mean, first of all, I appreciate how much work, I can't actually imagine how much work it is, but especially in a year like this, when there have been so many issues that brought so much public comment, to respond to all of those. I do think, not just on issues that we vote on, but on issues that we don't vote on, just that we discuss, that one of the hard things about being in the position of the chair is that to respond on behalf of the board means either there's something that the whole board agrees on, or you end up having to write a very vague letter. Then that can be frustrating to people on the recipient side, but that it is important to separate one's personal take on things from what is, if speaking for the board can only be speaking on things that the board as a whole agrees on. And obviously we're each free, including the chair as individuals, to write separate individual emails to say, well, this is how I see it, or this is what I'm, something like that. So I think that's, for me, that's the only issue here. Thanks.
Thank you. Mary.
Well, I would just point out that many of the emails we get are addressed to the board. There is no staff person to hand them off to. And it's people expressing an opinion about going back to school, about an issue that's coming up. And so the board may not have taken a position on it. And I want to compliment Judy. It is a big job. You know, I was board chair last year, and we got probably 5,000 emails, I think, over the course of a year. And it's a big job. And I wasn't as timely as Judy has been. So I think people want to know they're heard. And that's why I think it's really important to respond in a timely manner, even if you don't have all the facts. And you can just say, you know, on behalf of the board, thanks. Try to offer the facts as you know them. But I think you've done a fine job, Judy, and I wouldn't propose any changes in it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Martina.
This is so hard. I'm so sympathetic to the experience, and there's definitely been times when throughout, you know, my 2.5 years here where responses have not necessarily matched exactly what I thought, or you know, maybe taken maybe I felt that, you know, they were sharing something that like I wouldn't have shared, for example. And I've also, when Judy has gone out of town, the one time that she asked me to take over for her, I spent a week responding to dozens of emails, and it's really hard. It really is hard. And I know that others have had more experience with that. And I don't say that it's hard as a way to say that we shouldn't endeavor to be better, but I do think that there is a value in receiving something that isn't a canned response. And I know that I have heard from people saying that they feel like somebody actually responded to the substance of what they were saying, and that felt meaningful. And I don't, so I guess I find myself in the position of not knowing how to balance those two things, and hoping that we could find a middle ground between them, because it is really hard to see something written, you know, in response that I don't necessarily agree with. And also I feel that one of the great values of having a volunteer board in a somewhat small community is that people actually feel that they can speak to us as humans and have human responses. So I think if we're going to make some changes in practice, that I would love for us to try to continue forward with the sort of ethos of genuine engagement, while also, you know, maybe finding a way to make folks feel a little bit more comfortable with, you know, what those responses are.
Alicia, and then Gordon, are you in the queue again? Okay, Alicia, go ahead, because you haven't spoken.
Okay, thanks. Well, when I'm chair, they get a canned response because it makes me nervous. So I appreciate it. And I know I so appreciate that Judy and Lori, I don't know where that came from, Judy and Mary really do take time. I'm wondering so just two thoughts. One, I'm not sure, Laurel, which ones you're talking about. And so that, not to ask you to call them out, because I don't want to argue whether it's good or not. But I'm wondering if we continue the path the same way, there's more of a disclaimer, because right now I know you put somewhat of a disclaimer, Judy, that says, you know, or not a disclaimer, but I'm doing this, I'll be the only one responding. So if there's, you know, when you go more in depth, if there's something like, you know, you probably put in there, we haven't talked about it, but here's where we are, or something.
Don't, yeah.
And then it would be really helpful for me is if, when we feel that way, that you know, maybe you overstepped, and I don't mean that as criticism, because I appreciate what you're doing, that we could talk to you about it and just kind of get clarity, and then maybe even put it on the agenda for the board and just get comfortable as a board with the communication. So we kind of get in the same ballpark and know where the rubs are. Because what I find with this board is some people get rubbed by things that other people don't, you know, maybe that's not appropriate, but some people see things. We all see things differently. Quit Laura out laughing, Laura and Maya. We all see things differently. And this could be an opportunity for us to, you know, kind of say, hey, I saw this differently, and have a conversation and really educate ourselves on just that kind of bigger picture of how we see things. So it's as simple as answering an email, but it's an opportunity, and it will take us a little longer. But I think in the long run. So to sum up, I appreciate it, but if people have a problem or an issue or just see it differently, if we could have the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. And I also want to acknowledge that at least a few times board members have let me know, and I really do appreciate that when and I'm listening to the feedback. I don't want to misrepresent anyone, honestly. So I do appreciate it when you let me know if I've stepped over somewhere in your view. So I was gonna say, Maya, I'm gonna go to you because you haven't had a chance to speak yet on this one. And then I'll go back to Gordon and Laurel.
I just have a point of clarification. I appreciate what Alicia just said about if there's disconnect between what we see written and what we feel is the maybe a perhaps better way to represent our position or information. Alicia, when you say a conversation, do you mean reaching out directly to Judy? I know that it's probably obvious, but I want to make sure because
yes, reaching out to Judy and then maybe bringing it back to you two, the two of you or the three, whoever. Is it a top chance to have the conversation with the board as well? Not every single one, but there might be some that come back to the board. That was my thinking.
Thank you.
Gordon.
Thanks. I partly have a procedural question, which is that I think it's important for us to make a decision one way or the other about this, and it doesn't seem like we have the time or time to talk or time to think to do it tonight. So I just want to make sure that we have whatever the next step is where that's going to happen. And then, I guess I just think, in terms of what Martina was saying about the balance between speaking for the board, but also speaking authentically or something, that even if it's in the same email to say, thank you for writing, blah, 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 vague. And then speaking just for myself and not for the board as a whole, here's what I think, but the board hasn't decided or the board has a diversity of opinions. I mean, I've spent 2.5 years writing every single email starting off, I'm writing as one board member out of 7 and speaking only for myself and not for the board as a whole. I'm just like, that's the start of every email. So even if it was in the same email, to just distinguish between one's view and whatever is the thing that everybody on the board actually agrees with, I think would be important.
Thank you. Laurel, I think you had your hand up next, and then Alicia, is your hand up again? No, okay. So Laurel. You're muted.
It sounded really good. So I agree with most what everybody's saying. The problem is in that as a board, making a response that says it's going to be exactly like this, which is really what I hear is Sydney saying that through you, which to me does not sound appropriate. It really should be Sydney saying that to the individual. So, I mean, I understand you are doing a ton of work. I think you're doing more than is necessary in the sense that you go and get information and send these really long emails out to people. But the reality is I think part of that could just be, I get it, what you're saying. And then the second part, I like what Gordon said, and then say, this is now this is from me as Judy Newman, board member. So I understand the procedural question too, because there's quite a bit going on here. I guess I could bring the emails when they come up to the board meetings. I've tried to talk to you about it several times and I don't think it's changed. So that's why it's here. I don't know how to fix this. I do know that you're not speaking for the entire board, and it just seems like if it's been done this way is never a good reason to continue to do something a certain way, right? So I would like to find a way that is something the entire board can say, yes, we feel that's what we were trying to say.
Thank you. Martina, you had your hand up? No, okay. Okay, so Well, first of all, I wasn't trying to rationalize what I was doing by the way it's already been done. I didn't know exactly what I was supposed to talk about, so I just explained why I'm doing things the way I'm doing them. And I have appreciated, I know I've heard from, as I've said earlier, feedback from individuals, and I thought I've changed some of the behavior. So I appreciate knowing right away. I'm going to take this into account and definitely try to speak just for myself. But if you see something, please let me know right away. And to Gordon's point, maybe at leadership, we can decide where this should go. I mean, obviously it's addressed in the working agreements, and it could be a priority item in our working agreements that we put on, especially if we're going to finish those soon. So that's one idea, but I'm open to other ideas. So we won't just leave it dangling. Let's get leadership to be sure and come to some closure on this. And in the meantime, I will do my best to take everyone's feedback, and I don't want to speak out of turn for anyone. That's not my intention. So if I've done that, I apologize. So I will continue to do better, and let me know if you see anything off, and we'll put it on for a group decision. Okay. All right, thank you. And now we have one more item for information that we moved up. It's the consider the revisions to policies related to bias incidents and non-discrimination, and to consider the adoption of a policy in the future. So I think that is.
So it'll be Christine with support from Larry Williams and Joel Lavin.
Great, thanks. So Joel, I saw Joel on there earlier, so great. And Larry's been on, so
yep.
Christine, good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everyone. So I want to let you know a few things are going on here. You are looking at 3 different board policies. 2 of them are in existence, and we are requesting revisions to those policies. And then a 3rd one really is the standalone policy relating to racial harassment that folks have been working on. So I'm going to take the first 2 are the existing policies, and because some laws have changed, revisions are necessary to those policies. So just to provide kind of some context, and then we'll go into more depth, I would expect, on the racial harassment policy and talk about that, okay? So with regard to policy AC is the district's basic policy against unlawful discrimination and harassment. And it is based on race, national origin, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, and other legally protected characteristics. This policy is required by law and has been for a long time. The reason it's there is a revision before you right now is because the Oregon legislature expanded the definition of race for purposes of prohibited racial discrimination to include physical characteristics that are historically associated with race, including but not limited to hairstyle and protective hairstyle, and hair type, hair texture. So that is the major reason for the amendment here. Are there any questions or comments about policy AC? An amendment is necessary in order to reflect the expanded definition in Oregon law. But this is a first read on the revision, and it's wide open. So yes.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay. My only question is, for this and the next policy, are all amendments coming directly from the state, or these are our interpretations of these?
Yeah, great. That's a great question. So in this particular, for this particular policy, this amendment is straight out of the statutory definition that was just revised.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Christine on this one? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So the next one sorry, Board Member O'Rourke's hand is up. So did you? No, okay. The next one is policy ACB. This is a policy you adopted a little bit over a year ago. The genesis of this policy was the Every Student Belongs rule by Oregon Department of Education. And the gist of it is that it prohibits bias incidents as defined by law and symbols of hate. Our board took an additional step and defined hate crimes and incorporated that into this same policy. So it's a little bit different than, it doesn't just match the law. Most of the changes that are in this proposed revision are necessary to align with the state statute. I should have mentioned that the Oregon legislature, following the Oregon Department of Ed administrative rule, the Oregon legislature adopted legislation that changed the language just slightly. So just to alert you to that, there were some, I think, mostly minor changes. One of the features that I did want to call out is that the 2021 legislation contains a narrower definition of symbol of hate than had previously been adopted by the 4J Board of Directors. And so the state statute now defines the symbol of hate to mean nooses, symbol of neo-Nazi ideology, or the battle flag of the Confederacy. But the board policy defines symbol of hate somewhat more broadly as a symbol or object that expresses animus on the basis of race, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, or national origin, including but not limited to the new swastika, Confederate flag, or other symbol of white supremacy. So, and whose display is likely to lead to a substantial disruption. And we've covered some of this groundwork at the time that the board passed this, in the sense that, you know, we really determined after interviews with administrators how likely the disruption is when these symbols are passed. So that ends up, as a matter of practice, that is not much of an issue. So anyhow, a policy, I just want to call this out because the policy option, it is a policy option for the board to revise the definition of symbol of hate to mirror exactly what the state statute says. It could also define, it could also have a definition that includes that, but isn't limited to it. So slightly more expansive. There's, you know, one might say there's maybe more legal risk if you don't adopt the exact statutory definition, but I don't believe it's an undue risk at all, because there's this limiter of, you know, it's got to be a symbol that leads to substantial disruption. So those are my thoughts about that. I would welcome any comments about this specific policy. And I just want to alert you that the administrative rule that's associated with this policy is something that is not for the, it isn't for the board to pass, but it was included in the materials because it's a superintendent administrative rule. You do the policy, the superintendent creates the how, the administrative regulation, and but changes are under consideration, and that policy also, or excuse me, the regulation very much relates to the racial harassment policy that is, we're going to talk about next. So in order to provide a full picture for you, we just included that in the packet. Hope all that makes sense. And if it doesn't, please ask questions. And I'd welcome comments at all. And
Gordon.
I think I know this, but I just wanted to make sure. So the state language, which specifically identifies Nazi symbols and the Confederate flag, if we adopted that, it would be in addition to all the other language that we already have. It's not a replacement for anything. Is that right?
That's right. I mean, our policy already includes everything that the state includes. So yeah, nothing in our policy would be going away. And as additional background, just because I think it's important, one of the pieces and the reasons why I think there was the state change is that they received some feedback about the swastika and the need to that has different meanings in different contexts. And so the need there was to tie it to neo-Nazi ideology. And so I just switched the order of the proposed kind of list of hate symbols so that it would be, the swastika would be listed, but or other symbol of neo-Nazi ideology, just so it was clear it was intended within its context. It's not intended to reach, you know, Eurasian religious icon. So just,
Thank you.
oh, yeah.
Thank you. Laurel. You're muted again, Laurel.
I
We'd like
keep
to-
hitting my hand instead of the mute. Too many things to click. Does the state have this separated into two different policies?
I'm sorry. What I meant, and I may have not said it well, is that there's policy ACB, which is the bias incident and hate symbol, and then there's the rule that goes along with it.
So my question is there, like in other areas of my work, I've seen where there's a policy against hate symbols and a policy against bias incidents, and they're separate policies.
Mhm.
Is that what you're looking at when you're trying to compare, or do they have it together as well?
No, it's together as well.
Okay.
And it has been from the beginning of the ODE creation of the rule.
Okay. And the other question I have is, it says paragraphs aren't numbered, so I guess it's like under the 1 and 2, the paragraph right under that. It says it's lined out directed at or about any of the preceding demographic groups. Is that lined out because it's somewhere else in the policy, or have they changed it?
I think the intention there, so that was changed. And I think that the intention that, or at least that's my memory, that was changed. That is the exact statutory language right now. And I believe that that the language directed at or about any of the preceding demographic groups may end up being overly limiting. And so I believe that it would probably be more supportive of the board's equity goals in this area to remove it, actually, because I think it could be an unnecessary limiter, basically.
Would removing it be similar to the idea of anybody can use it then?
No.
Like all lives matter?
No,
Type
no,
things,
no.
like it's like everybody can use all the policies for everything.
No, it would not, because in its context, the intent is that the bias incident fundamentally must be a hostile expression of animus based on, targeted to another person, based on that person's race, sexual orientation, and a few other enumerated characteristics. So that fundamentally that's not just any old derogatory language or behavior against somebody for any reason.
And one last thing, do we have the right to add more to this as the board? Like, we can't take away, right, from the state policy, but if we wanted to add more, that could happen as well.
Yeah, you could. I'd want to know about that, maybe to think about how that might interface with other policies and other statutes, but I'm not sure what you have in mind. But yeah, this is your policy. As long as we meet the legal requirements, we can potentially exceed them. We have to be able to exceed them in ways that are legally compliant, I guess.
Right.
And
All right,
so,
thank you.
I just wanted to ask a follow-up question, then Maya, I see your hand up. we have exceeded it in our definition of hate symbol. And I really am glad we have, because I think we have had just even an example at one of our own board meetings where someone wore a symbol that was not covered by the ones in the specific state. That wasn't a noose, it wasn't a swastika, but it was a symbol that was clearly one that was a hate symbol. So I'm glad we have it. I'm glad we're going to keep it. Maya.
So I don't have the Every Student Belongs mandate or document in front of me, but it seems to me like the language that we have in our policy is a little, well, I'll put it the other way around. It feels like the Every Student Belongs language is stronger than the language that we have. So I'm wondering if we might consider looking at adopting some of that language and integrating it into our policy.
Can you give me an example?
I don't have it pulled up in front of me. I can, but I think that I can also take that out of this particular meeting space if that works and if it's okay. It's one of the things that just came to mind in terms of like the definitions of yeah, I mean, I will forward I will forward the Every Student Belongs documents that I'm thinking of and highlight the sections that I think would be worthwhile considering, if that's fair.
Just be aware that there was a legislative change. And so some of the documentation put out by Oregon Department of Ed, it's possible that some of that hasn't caught up, some of the user manuals that are developed for schools. So just, there may be some gap there, but yeah, absolutely send it.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Christine.
Okay.
Wait, I see Laurel's your hand up.
Yeah, can what I don't see on here is, and maybe it's somewhere else, so maybe somebody can educate me, what happens when this happens? Like, does it go to the district? I mean, is there an outside body that we use to, because most of the people that are high up at the district, I wouldn't feel comfortable being in charge of this.
Well, we have a bias incident, and Larry and Joel, feel free to pipe in with a response here. But no, I mean, these are the kinds of things that have to be handled by building administrators with heavy support from the downtown office, because we do experience. So it's not the kind of situation where you can just have the luxury, I guess, of waiting, hiring an independent contractor. If there is, for example, swastikas painted on the front door, you're taking care of that, man, immediately. You are addressing it, and the requirements of the statute really require immediate action. I mean, you have to commit to just getting this response done. So I think it's about creating capacity amongst our administrators, and I think there really is work that's being done to help support that. Larry, Joel, I don't know if you've got more.
Yeah, I would just add, it might be helpful, Laurel, to know that we mentioned our hate and bias incident advisory team. That's a team that will step up in incidences when they occur in schools. I just want to share the participants in that. We have the superintendent who is part of that team, level directors. We have 2 people out of human resources. We have 3 people out of student service departments, or SSD. We have 2 people out of communications. We have building administrators, so we have 2 building administrators on that team. We have 2 participants from our legal office. We have 2 people from our safety office, and then we have our 2 equity directors that are also participating. So those are the participants. And the reason the group is so large, it's got 19 people, is because we're we're all spoken for on most days. So when an incident happens, who can all drop what they're doing and attend. That's why we tried to get 2 people from each of those critical departments so that we'd always have this critical group to get our eyes on these things to support administrators. So a portion of what we're working on is that process of how quickly does it leave the school and make its way down here. So Misael and I are direct contacts as well as the level directors. So that gives administrators a couple, 3 different shots to get hold of somebody immediately down here. So provided, oftentimes we're in meetings and things like that, but our techs are a great way to catch us, let us know they need us now.
Joel, you have something to add.
I would just briefly add that the level directors have reviewed the rules and the steps, specific steps that building administrators need to follow when one of these types of incidents occur. So all of our administrators in buildings have gone through training so that when an incident such as this occurs, they know exactly what to do and what the steps are that they need to take. And so that advisory board that Larry Williams was speaking of would be involved in that once those incidents happen and once that principal has responded.
Thank you. We have Alicia and Maya in the queue.
No, I just want to thank you for that in-depth and the web of folks that you have created, because I agree with Laurel. I wouldn't want to leave it just for 1 or 2 people because they might not be in the building, but you're doing the training and making sure everybody is supported throughout the organization. We have to respond to those quickly. Christine, I appreciated your actual response, which was, oh, no, we do this quickly. And it should be a web of services, because I know top administrators are more than skilled and able to handle those, but they are not often on site or, could be busy, and we have to get to those things quickly. Thank you.
Maya.
I think this question might be more for Superintendent Vanderkar, and it's just kind of adjacent to this policy revision. It's my understanding, and I hope this is more confirmation than an actual question, but it's my understanding that Lane ESD is hosting a training with ODE next week, maybe Tuesday, where the part of the all students belong, where every student belongs rule, that's not the part we've been talking, not today, but so much in the media and so much, the hate symbols component, but the other component of it, that there's a training for leaders in instruction. Is that something that 4J is participating in? So I'm asking my question with some question intonation in there because I'm not sure all the details.
I'm going to look up the details and see if we can all go or if it's by invitation only. So did you get an invitation?
I did not get an invitation. I just heard it from leadership in Lane ESD that they were hosting that, and I didn't know if our district was participating.
I'll find some detail before we're finished here, because if I have it in my email, then I'll share it.
Thank you.
Laurel.
All right, so the advisory group is all made up of mostly admin, if I'm hearing correctly. I didn't know all the titles that were mentioned that went through. I guess my question is, what happens, and I'm thinking more of the part of the bias incident. Those can be very nuanced and subjective to who is hearing it. And most of the time in my life, it has been when there are people that don't look at me like me making the decision, it didn't happen and I'm overreacting. So I guess I'm wondering about the training and everything, that all the people that are doing this need to be trained at a very high level to understand what can happen. And like, say, a teacher can be very obviously very smart and smart people don't say bad words to people and just walk away. It's more like, oh, unfortunately I guess you didn't write that paper well, things like that. So and that's just an example I have, that's not a real thing. So I'm trying to understand more about this, and if there's a better space for that, please let me know, because I know that doesn't totally pertain to just what you were just talking about, Christine.
Laura, I would add, 8 of the 19 that we added to the committee are persons of color. We did that intentionally because of our own experience in the community and dealing with what we've dealt with as we've gotten to the age as we are. So we were somewhat strategic about making sure that we had people on the team that we felt would feel the impact in a different way than it just being business. So that's what we're relying on, is that team.
That's really helpful. And are we collecting data as well and doing after action reports? Sorry, that's a military term. I'm not sure what it's called in the schools. So after whatever incident happens, to how successful we were, things like that.
Yeah, our team that meets once a month will be revisiting incidences and issues together in hopes to pull in admin, find out, were we supportive? Was it effective? And then also to give back a little bit, so sort of feedback to the building, next steps or things that we might have done better as a larger team. What we're really interested in is not having the administrator feel like it's just them. They're the beginning and the end. They're an intricate part of helping resolve issues at their building level, but we're all 4J. So sort of a collective work on it and ownership in how that works out for families and students or employees for that matter.
Okay. To make sure I understand, does it mean we're not collecting data?
Can I address that? We are actually looking at the ways to collect data now. So, I mean, it's one of the ways is, and Larry has already developed like a portal, although it's not in final form yet, is my understanding, so that there's live kind of the ability to have live tracking and communication. Then there are other pieces that relate to our student information system that we need to work on, and we don't have all the answers there yet. So,
but that's something you'll be addressing, which is great, because and we'd love to, I think as a board at some point, I don't know how, if it's once a year, getting a report on how we're doing just in general would be great, but I know that's down the road this year. Great. Okay, should we look at the proposed racial harassment policy? Yeah.
Yeah, because we've been talking about, and like Larry, Joel, and I talked about 6 weeks ago, this bias incidence has a special statutory definition, and it's really a subset of a larger phenomenon, for lack of a better word, of personal racism and manifestations of personal racism. And so, we have policies, some of which we've reviewed tonight, that address discriminatory harassment and come at it from different angles. We don't have a policy that is exclusively devoted to the subject of combating kind of personal manifestations of racism. And the policy that's in your board packet is a starting point for consideration, with the goal that it would be filling that gap. The other piece about this policy, and I think a really important part of it, in my opinion, is that we have existing policy that clearly prohibits just, harassment that takes the form of legally actionable discrimination. And I think, but those standards are pretty high, right? And so I think that what we're intending to do with this one, or at least the initial thought, was if we can define racially harassing conduct to be broad enough, and so that it really is intended to prohibit all forms of racial harassment, including behaviors that, yes, including those higher level behaviors like bias incidents, but also including behaviors that are maybe standing alone, have not been seen as being covered by the policy, but that if continued, they would. So I think that fills a certain gap and need, and something that I think that the board could be really proud of. For example, so this policy includes a definition of racially harassing conduct. It includes examples of conduct that is prohibited by the policy. It establishes expectations for students and staff, and the key expectations are both that you comply with the policy against racial harassment, and also if you're a staff member, that you have certain obligations in terms of stopping conduct that you see, stopping it, and reporting up the chain. That's normal. Report to the administrator, and that the administrator it must take prompt and effective action. And then it outlines the kinds of what is a prompt and effective action. Well, a prompt and effective action must center on the impacted person's safety and healing and agency first and foremost, including, and this is done through things like both, well, first of all, we have to train administrators more in this area, but just that acknowledgement of the report and of the impact, taking the interim actions that are necessary to immediately create safety and ensure access, and then followed up by a more thorough and sensitive investigation, and then looking at the factors that constitute an appropriate response, especially vis-a-vis students, include things like teaching students so that they understand more about the issue, and teaching them in a way that cultivates their respect for human rights and diversity, that reaches them on a social emotional level, reaches them where they're at, acknowledges that we are dealing with learners here, and that there's a growth opportunity, and then allows us to consider how can we restore these individuals to the school climate as well. So it does not preclude discipline, and I wouldn't recommend that, but the focus, and it maybe even needs to be given more emphasis, is that we have to come up with more sophisticated ways of dealing with this, including restoration and education of the individual. This also includes accountability measures, such as communicating to the parents of the involved students, documentation of incidents, providing documentation as required by our Title VI coordinator. And Title VI is the federal law that prohibits race discrimination in education. And it includes some additional responsibilities, such as requiring an annual review of violations and recommendations for improvement, requiring mandatory training of staff, and providing an educational program for students that really supports the policy goals. So there's that preventive piece as well. So those were some initial ideas. I didn't cover every single aspect of the policy, but those are some of the big pieces. And Larry, would you like to talk about some of the development that went into this to date? And
yeah, so as the policy has reached its point, we have sent this out to a number of different staff members as well as community folks are having a chance to peruse it real quick here. And so we're already receiving feedback, which is being tracked back to Christine so that she has an idea of some points that others have and things that they would like to see bolstered or removed. We have some opposing views, some folks that believe punishment is the key, and others that believe restoration is the key. So much like most things, working with the community, we're going to get both sides, and so we're really working to make sure that that it really satisfies our community's needs, but we're also an educational institution, and we want to make sure that finding ways for students to be restored back to the community and have promised to become allies in the long run. So working with kids to make sure when they make mistakes, there is redemption on the other side, and an opportunity for them to be back with their classmates and hopefully do better beyond that. But we also recognize that some of these things will come with that restoration, as well as consequences for students. So.
Any questions or comments? Martina.
Thanks for the outline of all of that, and I really I think there's a lot of really good there's a really good foundation here, and I'm excited that you've reached out to so many community partners to add their insight here. One of the things that I think, and you know, it's totally possible that you'll tell me, you know, that's more for the administrative rule than for the policy, and that is completely fine. But one of the things that I think might be helpful for me to hear a little bit more about, or for maybe there to be a little bit more guidance about in this document, in this policy, is you know, what constitutes addressing the continuing effect on impacted persons or the school climate. So that's on the second page under the responsibilities of reporting and administrative action. So anybody who's following along who wants to be able to go directly there, that's item 5. I think that's one of the most important things that administrators can do in a situation is to ensure that they're attending to the community impact as well as the individual impact. And it's such an impossibly hard job, because even if the person engaging in harassing behavior is doing something abhorrent or even illegal, they still have legal rights as well. And it would be really convenient sometimes emotionally to, like, you know, pillory them, or to just like be able to point to them in public and say, like, this is the person who's done something wrong. That would be an emotional catharsis, and it's also completely unethical and inappropriate and impossible. And so that's really hard, I think, often for someone who has been impacted and who is asking, like, well, what's happening? What's being done? And administrators are saying, like, my hands are tied by this person's legal rights, and it's balancing those things is really tough. And so I would be really interested in seeing some, and again, maybe this is administrative role pieces, but some more guidance on, like, what constitutes an appropriate response. What are some of the things somebody can do in that situation, and how making that balance possible also still really centers the people who have been harmed. So that's not maybe a specific question, but just some things that I was looking for.
Thanks, Martine. You know, that's from all my years of being a principal, it's one of the most difficult parts is that that pound of flesh that we really can't expose to other individuals. Though we know what's taking place, it makes it difficult at times, and I think that's, you know, a lot of that happens before we get into this, and it's one of the areas that the district is sorely lacking, and it's that trust. You know, when you misuse or you don't have the community's trust completely, it makes this work even that much more difficult. And I would say, you know, with the team that we're working with down here, we're trying to get back in that good graces and earn the community's trust. And hopefully, you know, we don't expect it in an overnight fashion, but I think our hard work will in the long run pay off, and we'll have folks that will trust that we're doing the right work, and a lot of that will show in disappearance of incidences because of the pre-work that we're doing. We talked about the No Place for Hate and stuff like that, where a student will still feel safe at their school because they know that the majority of the student body sides with them because we've practiced it, we've put it out there. And so to me, those are some of the things that we're really lacking in order to support our policies. You know, these policies we're creating are reactive tools, and so we're talking about what is our reaction to these negative behaviors, opposed to spending 3-4 hours talking about how are we preventing these. And so we're getting to that. Again, I just want to share. We're aware that that's probably our best tool is to move into preventative. Right now, we're going to try and make sure we have this secure because we're in the throes, but the prevention is coming.
Yeah, thank you. As someone whose work is in primary prevention, I'm sorry it's so hard, and I think what you're really talking about here is finding ways to stop institutional betrayal trauma before it is happening in these situations, so that sense of stability and safety within the institution it exists for people who are harmed. So I appreciate how hard that work is, and thanks for doing what you're doing.
Thanks.
Maya.
So I have the privilege of sitting in on these meetings that have been working towards creating this policy. And so I don't want to be redundant to the folks who are doing this work and going through the places that I'd like to see some deeper work and expanding of the really thoughtful policy that's being done. I do want to make sure that we give some really direct credit to the folks who have really brought this forward and pushed for this to happen from the community, and specifically Mika Contreras. She's been pretty relentless in making sure that this happens, and has been really helpful in outlining a few really key things that I think we need to make sure are included here, and some of which I already see in place and makes me really happy to see. One thing that when we get to the component of the policy where we really dive deep into the punitive or not punitive factor, I really want us to think deeply about moving further from the concept of restorative work to transformative work. I think that most people who have been impacted by this type of harassment would prefer that there is a transformation versus a restoration of what was in place already. And that's just a very preliminary statement on the difference there. But I think that we would be much more inclined to be achieving, Larry, your goal, which I completely 100% share, of prevention, if we frame it in a transformative component, so that we're making things different. I also, at the beginning of our meeting, Superintendent Vanderkar talked about really wanting to be very clear in terms of the consequences for this behavior, and being able to pinpoint the language and the statutes that are in place that support that behavior. And I just want to add to that, and this is something that I haven't mentioned before, but I want to add to that sometimes some of the most frustrating things that comes out of these situations is that statutorily nothing can be done. And I think we need to put just as much effort and emphasis on communicating why we can't sometimes behave or act in a way that people are clamoring for. And I think that's something that we could build into this policy, so that it's clear that that's something that we will follow through on, and just making sure that we see these things as not just individuals being on the receiving end, but as communities being on the receiving end. And I've really appreciated hearing that with the North Eugene example to bring up, Superintendent Vanderkar has repeatedly informed us that she's gone and spoken with like the BSU, for example. And so it's acknowledging that a community is affected by this. And I really appreciate that. And I'd love to see that like very formally folded into the policy to make sure that we acknowledge that communication doesn't just happen to the individual, but it needs to happen for the whole community, because our collective mental health impact is it's already such hard work to deal with the nitty gritty, but to see also that there's folks on the periphery who are deeply impacted when these things happen, is how we will then get to that transformative and ultimately preventative level. So I'll save my other components that I want to bring up for tomorrow when we're discussing this further. And I really appreciate the time that everybody here, so Sydney and Larry and Christine specifically, have put into meeting, and the way that you have really welcomed and folded in the community into that conversation and made that an integral part. It feels really helpful to push this out as you know, the really change-oriented work that it is when it's done collaboratively. And I want to I can't emphasize enough how much I appreciate that being folded into it.
Thank you. Maya, any other comments from the board? Great work, everyone. This is exciting. Oh, Laurel?
Yeah, I just want to say as well, this is really important work, and I appreciate that we're doing it. And I appreciated, Christina, you spoke about it. Like sometimes it's stuff that fits in a space. I'm not going to say it like you because you said it really well, and I don't. And it's 10:30 from, but it's just doesn't always match what, you know, there needs to be a response of some sort, and we don't have it in place right now that there can be something. So I really appreciate that this work is happening. It's so necessary, and it makes our students safer. But it's, I mean, this is for students, staff, and anybody around the school district, right? So everybody is safer with this kind of a racial harassment policy, correct? Because I know we're mostly talking about students, but I just want to point that out, that this goes for everyone.
Yeah, I think it really is intended to apply, I think, you know, on our property. I hadn't really thought in detail about, does it apply to guests? But it would, you know.
Excellent. Okay, well, I think much appreciation, and I look forward to actually putting it on as an item for future action and then taking action. So thank you for moving this along and working so hard on it with staff and community members. Yeah. All right, moving on to our 2 items for action tonight. The first item is to consider renewal for the public charter school contract with Twin Rivers Charter School. And we have Cassandra Kamens and Eric Anderson, I think, talking about this.
Good evening, Board Chair Newman and School Board. I'm Cassandra Kamens. I spoke to you back in December regarding the Twin Rivers renewal request. As you heard earlier tonight from a number of their staff and community members and students, or student, that they are very adamant and they love their school, right? And so this evening before you are 2 recommended motions. One is to approve the renewal for the charter, which we've talked about last time. And then the other one is to giving this superintendent or the designee the ability to negotiate and execute the 5-year charter agreement if it is approved for renewal. So I don't know if you have any questions.
Maya, Laurel, your hand is up. Did you have a question, or was that from before?
It's from before, so Mary can go first if she wants, but I do have a question.
Great, let's go for Mary then, and then we'll go to you.
Thank you. And I read the report, and I always try to focus in on, any concerns that you might have. I noticed that their, enrollment isn't what it's been projected to be, and just, is that a concern that you have long-term, or do you think it's COVID related? Do you see it getting better? I get concerned about the financial stability, because you also mentioned that of the charter school.
Right. So first about the enrollment, I think I did note in there that there has been a shift recently, and Jay also mentioned that in his when he was speaking tonight. They definitely have had a shift. They did see a decrease because of COVID. It is going back up, and I believe that over the course of the next few years that they will reach their their requested enrollment cap of 100.
I mean, I think it's a great program, great school. I just want to make sure that we're giving it all the tools we can to help it succeed.
Right. And I'd also, as far as the financial stability part, I've had conversations with Jeff Parker, or via email basically, and with Jay. And I know that Northwest Youth Corps is committed to making sure that they are there to support Twin Rivers, no matter how things go financially.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that assurance.
Laurel and then Gordon.
Well, first of all, my son worked all summer with the youth corps, and I was just absolutely impressed with, and some of the staff are also at the school. So I'm impressed with what they do. I'm excited that they give an avenue. What's really important in education is giving different avenues for success. And they do that amazingly well. I think that was the first time my son felt successful in anything outside of our home. We try to make him successful here. So I'm really excited about it, and I'm totally for it. I do wonder, I think you answered this question last time and I don't remember it, but somebody had asked about the amount of people with IEPs that you serve, and I know you have a special education teacher. Does that feel successful in that? I can't think of a better word than atmosphere, though that's not what I want to say. Just tired. So, but does that program feel like it's working successfully because it's a different kind of program, or is it just working successfully because you're just doing it well?
I actually don't know if I have an exact answer for that, Laurel. I haven't worked with them closely on their special ed status. I do know that they have a higher number of students that are on IEPs than on our average in the district. Their average is about, I think this year is 23%, and our district average is about 14%. But I know that they're working towards this year being able to do much more individualized plans with all students as far as what their learning needs are. That's something that Jay and I have talked about. So I believe that we will see increases in their graduation rates and success rates for their IEP students.
Thank you.
Gordon.
Thanks. I just want to say I think this is a great school. I'm thankful for what Jay Breslow and the rest of the staff have produced there, that it's innovative, it's creative, it's respectful, it's straightforward. And what charter schools were originally supposed to be when they were first conceived of was like the R&D lab for the school system, where things would be tried experimentally that other schools could learn from. And that's rarely the case. But I not only would approve this, I would like at some point in the future to have leadership from this school give a presentation to the board about lessons that other schools could take from what they're doing, because I think there are things here that could apply to lots of other schools and other groups of students beyond the people who benefited from this school. Thanks.
Thanks, Gordon. Other people in the queue, Maya.
I just want, before we take a chance to vote, however we end up voting, to have a moment to just express my gratitude for the commitment to offering a program like this. It is unique. We heard that today, and it's the kind of school that saves students. It's the kind of school that helps some students that otherwise wouldn't make it through. And I understand that there's always enrollment concerns. Heck, we look at them for the entire district. But I think that the unique programming that is being offered and the students that we're seeing finding success there are so worth the small school size, and I can't say how much I support this program. I'm just fully enthusiastically behind you all.
Thank you, Maya. I just want to also add my appreciation. I always learn a lot when we have charter schools present, and hearing the support of from all the people involved and the work and the enthusiasm is wonderful. And I appreciated Jay Breslow's presentation when he sort of explained about getting students earlier and younger, which really will help with the academic outcomes. And that makes a lot of sense to me. When kids just come in 11th and 12th grade with so far behind, it's hard. So I'm hopeful about that. That's great that they're recruiting kids younger. And also their plans for to reach the benchmark for certified teachers. I saw that seemed like a solid plan too. So all looks good to me too. So if there's no other comments, do we have a motion?
I think that we have a motion, but I'm checking to see whether there's two motions or one motion, or how I am supposed to say those words.
So I think, Martina, that it's the third paragraph down underneath the background where it says they're requesting a 5-year contract, and then you'll just give me permission to take care of the rest.
Okay. I wasn't sure if we needed to do both or just the one. So in that case, unless somebody interrupts me and tells me that I've done it wrong. I move that the board direct the superintendent or her designee to negotiate and execute a 5-year charter agreement between Twin Rivers and the district.
Thank you, Martina. Do I have a second? Okay, Gordon had his hand up first, so Martina moves and Gordon seconds. Do we have any discussion? Seeing no hands up, I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion as it stands, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Looks like we have 7 votes yes, and so the motion passes unanimously. Great, congratulations.
Thank you very much. They'll be very excited, and I think they're still here, so I'm sure they're celebrating.
Great. Christine.
Yeah, I think I do believe there's a second motion, but I need the page number.
Is it just the motion to approve the, I'm sorry, I lost it. Approve the move the public charter school, just that simple one, or am I just reading it all wrong?
286 is what page I think it's on.
Christine, I think they encompassed both of them in the motion to approve the renewal and to approve the Sydney superintendent to name a designee to conduct the contract.
If it would be convenient, I can also move approval of the public charter school with Twin Rivers Charter School, if that also helps.
It's at the bottom of page 292, if my numbering is the same as your numbering.
Yeah, okay. So I move that we find that Twin Rivers Charter School's request for renewal meets the criteria for renewal in ORS chapter 338.
And then we already did the second one.
Thank you. Yes.
I take away the question mark from my voice. I move that.
Great. Martina has moved, and I think Laurel had her hand up to second that. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the Twin Rivers Charter as moved, raise your hand and say aye. I see, again, 7 votes yes, so the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks for your help with this complicated set of motions.
So we have one last item on the agenda, and that is to approve the 2021-2022 superintendent evaluation process. I think this is the second or third, we did a work session, and this is the second time we've seen this. And we know what the goals are and the process for doing the evaluation. We've looked out for the year in our calendar. We're going to do a mid-year check-in with the superintendent February 16th and begin the evaluation on April 20th and finalize it on May 4th. So we'll be meeting the requirements here. Martina, do you have a motion?
I move approval of the 2021-2022 superintendent evaluation process.
Do I have a second? Oh, Mary, thank you. Martina's moved, Mary seconded. Do we have any discussion on this? Don't see any hands up, so I'm going to say, let's call the vote. All those in favor of adopting the motion as put forward for the superintendent evaluation process, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, I see 7 votes for yes, which means the motion passes unanimously. All right, I think we are moving to our last part of the agenda now, which is items for action at future meeting. And you can see some of the key dates, I think, were in our packet. Next Wednesday, we have our student orientation scheduled. And then we have anti-bias training with Alma Advisory Group. And I'm going to ask people to save the second date we had talked about, January 26th, to have a facilitated board discussion on our goals and finish up our working agreements. And I will put this in email. I've reached out. Brenda Brainerd is available. We want to agree on her facilitating that. It's that 3-hour meeting. And I just wanted to say to Mary, on our look at the year, we put on March 2nd a work session on climate action and climate and the environment. Okay, so those things are in the queue, and Alicia, Gordon, Maya have their hands up.
Thanks, Judy. What I didn't get, I forgot during my 3 minutes was Mary kind of touched on it. I'm hearing people aren't getting notice about our sessions regarding input for the superintendent search. I've gotten a couple calls from people that may have got a personal email from a school board member, but didn't get it any other way. So I'm not sure what's happening out there, but I'm hoping we can do that strong PR push so people can find out.
Thank you. Our subcommittee is meeting tomorrow, and we do have an email ready. So we will, by the end of the day tomorrow, have something pushed out, at least more email contact. So Gordon.
Thanks. I actually have 4 things that I would like to put on the agenda for some time soon. One is, I think, Laurel, you may have raised this first, but I think other people have also raised it. I would like to have us reach out to Aisha Elliott for DEI training for the board on whatever schedule that could happen. It seems like it would be good for all of us to be able to go through this with a common language and common set of understandings. And then I would like to have probably every meeting, just a section of more report on COVID. I mean, I have all kinds of questions and hear all kinds of questions from parents, and I appreciate the remarks at the beginning, but it felt like it wasn't enough. And that, I don't know if we need it every time, but it feels like probably regularly through the pandemic, things are changing so quickly, and families end up with so many questions as things change. It'd be good to have a devoted time. I also would like to get a report on where our progress is on hiring a permanent assistant superintendent for instruction, and also what what we're doing or what the plan is for addressing the crisis of exhaustion, burnout, and potential mass resignation of teachers that we keep hearing about. I know everyone's concerned about. I want to make sure it doesn't fall through the cracks. So I don't know if we need, I know that's a bunch of things, but there's a lot going on.
So I think our process has been to get 3 board members to get it on the agenda. And then, so can we take them one at a time? I did write them up.
Absolutely. You want to read them out? It's fine.
The DEI training with Alicia Elliott. Do we have other board members that would like to see that scheduled? We have Maya and Martina and Laurel, and so it looks like that's good. Okay. The COVID updates at board meetings regularly. Gordon, Laurel, Alicia, good. Okay, so that one. Update on the hiring of the assistant superintendent of instruction. You know, that might be one we could get in a Friday memo, get an update. Does that sound like a reasonable?
Yeah, I trust your judgment if it's doable that way, sure.
Okay. Superintendent, you okay to give us an update in your map? Okay. And then the crisis of exhaustion, information on what we're doing to support staff. Does that capture it, Gordon? Yeah, okay, we have at least three hands up for that. Okay, got them on the list. Thanks, Gordon. Maya, and then Laurel.
I don't have something to suggest for the agenda. I wanted to make a comment on the hiring of Brenda Brainerd. I fully support having her facilitate that. I do want to note that I want to make sure that we are compensating her for her going consulting fee. When we hired her last time, despite the fact that it was separate from her district work, we paid her extended contract pay, which is a significantly lower amount than what she usually earns for the training that she offered to us. So I just want it on record that I would like to make sure that we are compensating her for the work that she does as a consultant. I know she's retired now, so it's a little bit different, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that outright.
Thank you. We will look into that for sure. I'm looking at the superintendent and to look at how to do that contract. So yeah.
I think we can figure that out now. I don't think will be on contract with us when that happens. I think the new person starts. So I think we'll be fine, but I will check with HR or finance. One of them will know the end date. It should be fine. It should be different. I think. I'll check.
Laura, you're muted.
Okay. I'd like to put on for the agenda a mandatory mask. What is it? The KN95 mask that the counties recently made it that's the mandatory mask level, and they are providing it, and it sounds like we have them. I would like it mandatory. That's the kind of mask that people will wear at school, and if they don't have it, we'll provide it. And so I'd like to add that to the agenda, because that is the recommended guidelines from the CDC now.
So is that something from the board that we would set, or is that something we want to ask the health team to look at and consider and then give us a report back?
Well, we can, I mean, if we want to start there, we set policy. So if we set a policy to say that's what we expect to happen in schools, then we can do that.
I think I'm only just trying to figure out if that's policy or just an implementation of following COVID practices. I'm just, yeah.
Christine, are you available? I can see that your screen's off, but I want to know if this is something we'd have to bargain.
It is certainly something we would have to discuss. I don't know if they would demand to bargain, but it's possible that there would be a demand to bargain. So I think we could get a sense for it from the labor unions, and I would expect pushback on that.
So would you bring that back to us about progress on that conversation? Is that something reasonable to ask? Or
Yeah, I mean, the superintendent can definitely do that.
That's students and staff, like we're saying on our property, this is what we would like to happen and we'll provide it if you don't have one. So that's my intent, not just staff.
Great, thank you, Laurel.
And I had the other thing was we have a communication goal, and our communication has there's a lot of difficulty, and we just heard about it, not hearing about these very important meetings with Alma. So I think we really need to get started on our communication goal, because it's just, I mean, I didn't even hear about the assistant superintendent. I don't think it still has been announced at the board meeting. It's just, things are not being communicated to us, and I'm learning most of my information about the district from the Register Guard. That's unfortunate.
Great. So it is one of our identified goals. In January, we're doing an update on where we are and looking at a plan for the year. So that will be something we can talk about, where we want to put it in our timeline. Okay. All right.
Next meeting?
It's the 26th.
I don't have a calendar in front of me.
It's one I just announced, that we're going to have the facilitated discussion to do an update on our goals, mid-year check-in with our goals, and that is one of our goals. So it would be definitely very much in that conversation. Alicia.
So just asking for clarification, Laurel had suggested around the N95s, but I'm not sure where we're going with that. You know, Christine had weighed in, but we didn't get votes. And so are we just looking at the possibility, or what's our plan? That's my first question.
Thanks.
Sorry, Judy, I know it's getting late.
No, that's good. That's good clarification. I thought we heard that. So do we want to get 3 people to see if we want? It sounds like we have to at least have the conversation with the employee groups before we even consider making this kind of a mandate.
So can I get hands raised, and Laurel, tell me where'd you go? If you're okay with, let's find out what a process would be to do something like mandating, and then decide whether we want to go down that path. Because
Wouldn't that be part of the agenda though?
Yeah, that Christine, what we would ask Christine to do would be to come back and let us know what a process for mandating a certain kind of mask would be. And I could go for that. I can't say, yeah, go out and mandate it, because I don't know what the process would be and what we'd have to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I thought we were asking, but where do you think that should fit? Would that go in a Friday memo? Would that go in a COVID?
I leave that up to you. I just want to see 3 hands that we're all in agreement that that's where we're going. That's what I missed.
I think it's a part of the COVID discussion.
You think that's where you want it? I'm good with that.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's something, and it's going to be on the agenda next time. So
Gordon's
I think it's something we need to discuss to see if we want to make a decision about it. And that's why I think it's not, we can get information on the Friday memo, but it still needs to be someplace on the agenda that we can discuss if we want to do anything about it or not.
So we're going to put it on the COVID response, and you have enough votes to do that. Sorry, I'm a little anal tonight on this. Just want to make sure we're getting that followed through.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then I had another question. We had talked at the beginning about doing something around our communication as a board, having time to kind of take us to that level where we can get more clarity and have more, I don't know what, more clear communication, smoother and less conflicts, if we can. And I don't know if I know we're talking about the training, and I agree with that, but is there something in addition we need to do? And I guess I don't need hands raised. I just need maybe leadership to look at that, or other people to weigh in.
So
That's something else.
Alicia, I wrote down after Mary talked and asked about a work session to figure out all the components. One of them that was suggested that we committed to tonight was a training from Aisha Elliott, if we can engage her. And so that would be one, but I do think we do need to have a work session to talk about other things. How can we move forward? So I think we're going to be
Thank you.
calendared and trying to get a work session to that topic.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had both of those on there. I knew them. Thank you.
Any other hands? Seeing none, I'm going to say that I'm going to adjourn the board meeting of the 4J School Board tonight, right now at 11:04.